Gone live? Okay. Good morning and welcome to the Standards Committee hearing this morning. My name is Karen Bowen. I'm the Democratic Services Officer supporting the meeting today. Can I advise all present and those viewing online that the hearing is being live streamed and recorded. The hearing will be conducted in line with the procedure as outlined within the agenda that was dispatched last week and is online. On occasions during the committee meeting, the committee will more than likely be required to go into private session. When and if this happens during the hearing, the live stream will be ceased. However, it will reconvene on the member's return. Unfortunately, we can't give you a time for that. So for those viewing, it will come back on as required. Thank you. Can I now pass over to the Chair to commence the meeting?
Right, I shall go back. Sorry. Good morning. My name is Richard Hendicolt. I'm the chairman of the Standards Committee. There are other members of the Standards Committee here, and I'll ask them to introduce themselves, starting over here.
Councillor Charles, can you press your microphone?
Good morning, my name is Janice Charles. I'm a Vale of Glamorgan councillor and also local Barry Town councillor.
Good morning, my name is Rhiannon Birch. I'm a Vale of Glamorgan County Councillor. I'm also leader of Penarth Town Council.
Good morning, my name is Phil Summers. I'm the Town and Community Council representative on the Standards Committee and serve on one of the local community councils.
Borada, I'm Gerwin Watkins. I'm an independent member of this committee.
Thank you very much. Item 1, do we have apologies for absence?
Yes, Chair. We have apologies from independent members Ronnie Alexander, Lorna Tinsley and Greg Alfert, and from Councillor Chris Franks. Can I also at this time mention, for the benefit of those viewing at home, that I'm the Democratic Services Officer. The Monitoring Officer, Vicky Davidson, is also here. We have representatives for Councillor Perry present and Councillor Perry, and representatives from the Ombudsman in the chamber. There is also a representative online, and a witness will also be coming online later. That's for the benefit of those viewing at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2 on the agenda, to receive any declarations of interest. Are there any? No? I shall take that to be your silence to mean there are none. Thank you very much. And then item 3, report of the monitoring officer. So I shall hand over to our monitoring officer.
Thank you, Chair. This report relates to a complaint against Community Councillor Ian Perry in respect of St Nicholas and Bonvilston Community Council. The Standards Committee are here today to consider the allegations made against Councillor Perry in respect of the Ombudsman investigation report, which is attached at Appendix B to your report, regarding a complaint against Councillor Perry in respect of St Nicholas and Bonvilston Community Council. After considering representations, the committee is requested to make its determinations in line with the Local Government Investigations, Functions of Monitoring Officers and Standard Committees Wales Regulations 2001. The recommendations in the report, before going through those, obviously the background of the report is set out. The issues for consideration today are set out on page 3 of the report. And to say that the allegations relating to Councillor Perry are those contained within the Ombudsman's investigation report at Appendix B to the report. Firstly, that Councillor Perry failed to comply with paragraphs 4B, 4C, 61A and 71A of the Code of Conduct. And secondly, that the investigation report advises that it found that Councillor Perry failed to show respect and consideration towards a member of staff at the council, in particular in correspondence he made via email and telephone. And also the investigation found that the evidence was not suggestive of a breach of paragraph 7A, however, found that the member's conduct was suggestive of a breach of paragraphs 4B, 4C and 61A of the council's code. And those paragraphs are set out in the 3 bullet points at paragraph 2.2. The above suggested breaches of the code as referenced in the investigation report are also referenced within the report as set out in paragraph 2.3. There are a number of agreed and disputed facts which are set out in the report, and we will consider those in due course. And here today, as we've heard from the introductions, is Councillor Perry, who's represented by his KC, Richard Harwood. And we will go on now to consider this hearing and the evidence before this committee within the hearing in relation to the evidence which is contained within your bundles.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Hughes and Mr. Hardwood. You've probably been advised of the procedure that we adopt or that we have to adopt here. There are various stages that we have to go through. It can take quite a long time. Mr. Hughes, how long do you think this might take?
I mean, I'd have thought if we get to sanction, it'll probably take the day. I would imagine fact-finding will take certainly most of the morning. I don't know. Some of this obviously will depend on how many questions my learned friend has for the witnesses that are proposed to be called. So, as I understand it, Mrs. Griffin will be called, former Councillor Sims will be called, and the only other live witness I'm aware of will be Councillor Perry. I would have thought at the longest I will be an hour with Councillor Perry, at the longest.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hardwood, can you help us?
I think we'll see where we go, because most of the material's in writing, and I'll take a view at this side whether to call Mr. Griffin, Councillor Councillor Perry. We'll certainly have some questions for Mrs. Griffin. We will finish within the day, no doubt.
Well, my day is going to complete. I would like to finish by 4 o'clock. And I want to have a break for lunch, and we'll have a break at any other time if anybody wants a break. Mr. Hughes or Mr. Hardwood, if you want a break to have a brief chat with your respective clients, that's fine, as long as we can keep it going. Under the first stage, preliminary procedural issues, the committee will resolve any issues or disagreements about how the hearing should continue, which have not been resolved during the pre-hearing process. I'm going to praise our Democratic Service Officer and Monitoring Officer for the work that's gone into this to prepare for today. There's been an enormous amount of work and liaising with the Ombudsman and the solicitors. Mr. Hughes, are there any issues which you think are outstanding that need resolution at this point?
So nothing that I'm aware of. I understand that there may be a question as to if video recordings of council meetings are to be played, whether they should be played in private or publicly. The Ombudsman's stance on that is that we don't care, bluntly. It'll be a matter for the Standards Committee and Merlin Frennan representing Councillor Perry.
Thank you. Mr. Hardwood, have you got any problems, issues?
There are a couple of matters which are worth dealing with at this stage. Do you want me to start?
Yes.
Yeah. The first matter, which has just arisen, is can I just raise the question of quoracy? as I understand it, unless I've misheard, we have 5 members of the committee present, including yourself, Chair, 2 of whom are Vale of Glamorgan councillors and appointed as such, a community council representative, and 2 independent members. I think that's everyone. I don't think, I'm not aware there's anybody else.
That's it, yeah.
Thank you. The proceedings are governed by the Standards Committee Wales Regulations 2001, and Regulation 4 of that says that committee members fall into 3 categories: appointees of the council, in this case Vale of Glamorgan, a community council representative, and independent members. So in terms of those present at the moment, we have 2 council representatives, community council representative, and 2 independent members. Quoracy is dealt with by Regulation 24, and 24(1) says that no business shall be transacted at the meeting of a standards committee other than a section 54A subcommittee, and this agenda is published as being for the standards committee, not for a subcommittee, unless A, at least 3 members are present, including the chairperson, and there are at least 3 members present, including yourself as chair, and at least half the members present, including the chairperson, are independent members. Now, it seems that we have 2 of the 5 present are independent members. So we would seem not to have a quorum.
Okay, I shall pass that over to
I think that's probably the
our
first issue we need to deal with.
to our monitoring officer.
When it says half, including, that's true, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you for that. It was a matter that we considered yesterday because, unfortunately, in relation to this hearing, Mr. Alford sadly had a bereavement and was due to be here today. We took the view, and we're happy to hear any further submissions that you have to make, that on the basis that the committee here today has 2 independent members, including the chair, and 2 elected members, with a community councillor representative present, that would meet the requirements of the provisions that you've just outlined, on the basis that of the composition today of the committee.
The concern is that the regulations are quite clear, that Regulation 4 puts the committee members, certainly do, I have to say, we do not want to be in the position which we seem to be in, I have to say. And this wasn't a point where we had any warning of that this issue might arise, even though obviously it's occurred to the council. Regulation 4 I refer to.
Can I just
Sorry.
stop? No, it's all right. Stop. Mr. Hughes, do you have a view on it?
I mean, I think my learned friend's point is right. I have to say I hadn't noticed, but I think he is right. I mean, it occurs to me the only way that you can become quorate is actually if one of the councillor members stands down. And then you probably will meet the half or independent requirement. I appreciate one would normally want to add people rather than take them away, but actually if one of the council representatives on the committee stands down, then the requirement is probably then met. Minimum number present is 3, well, we're well over that. So I think that may be the way of dealing with it.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, because under Regulation 24, as Mr. Hughes says, and as I said earlier, at least 3 members are present. We've got 5 at the moment, including the chair. At least half the members present, including the chair, are independent members. So what is tipping the balance the wrong way is that we have 3 non-independent members, as defined, in terms of the community council representative and 2 Vale of Glamorgan councillors and only 2 independent members. So it is very unfortunate to be resolving it in this having to resolve it in this fashion. But if one of the non-independent members withdrew, then we would then be quorate, albeit with 4 members rather than the full number. Now, I mean, that's obviously an extremely undesirable state of affairs, particularly for members who have read themselves into the papers and been prepared to spend the time dealing with this matter, and is undesirable, of course, for the parties who will have wanted the Standards Committee to be at as full strength as possible. But that would seem to be the only way of resolving that and being able to continue today.
Fine. Okay, I'm going to stop the meeting at this stage, and I will ask you to leave the room, and we will discuss it amongst ourselves. So you don't mind if we leave? No, leave all your papers there. Right, thank you. We accept the points that you have made, Mr. Hardwood, and thank you for helping us on that. Councillor Charles has stood down, so we are now, I think, quorate. Yes, any other problems?
Firstly, thank you, Chair, for dealing with that, and thank you to Councillor Charles for stepping down, which may be a disappointment for the councillor, or possibly an opportunity to get the Christmas shopping started. But I know that a lot of work would have been done before coming to the meeting. That's undoubtedly a distraction. Can I just pick up on a number of other points which probably may not need a decision at this time, but just to flag those. First of all, in terms of additional documents, we'd submitted with our October representations a number of documents, and the committee may have had those in several different ways, and I'll just explain. I think that they were sent on to the committee in an unredacted form by Democratic Services, and then possibly yesterday sent as a collection of individual documents in a redacted form. We've put together a bundle which went to the committee. I think the committee has had it last night or late afternoon, which has those documents in the redacted form, and part of the redaction process has been to prepare transcripts of the video clips. So the committee should have a bundle which has those, those redacted with transcripts. And what we've also put into that bundle is correspondence which there's been between ourselves, the Ombudsman, and the Council on the preparation for this, and also on availability of and production of documents. So that's what's been sent through, and that's a paginated bundle. So I hope that's, to the extent we need to refer to it, that's a convenient way of dealing with it. But just to bring that to your attention, the things to which the committee needs to make any decisions on accepting that. But I say it's either material which was put in to the process at the subsequent time, at the appropriate time, or it's the correspondence and material that's come out of that. And the two additional documents within that, one is a list of unused documents, which was not so much time, but lurking behind the back of the original Standards Committee report, and then the letter from the Public Services Ombudsman of the 2nd of May about Sinead Cook. But there seem to be documents which the committee ought to have.
Yes, can you help us with that?
Just to confirm, Chair, Democratic Services Officer speaking for the benefit of those online, just to confirm, the members of the committee received an unredacted version with part redacted information in there that came from the Ombudsman and the members considered back in March when this first came to the committee. So you had the full version then. You also had the full version later when it was sent out in line with the procedure 2 weeks before the hearing. So you've had a full unredacted version with parts redacted initially by the Ombudsman. The agenda that went out last week was further redactions due to our access to information requirements with the council, that any information in there that can be that needs to be redacted is redacted, such as email addresses, etc., and telephone numbers of people. We were also asked by the solicitor to redact a person's name, which we also did. So you've had the unredacted version and the redacted version last week. You've also had a link previously to evidence that was presented by the solicitor. That has now been redacted, and you've had a further link to that was sent out, but there are elements of that link that I have to redact further, videos, because we have not been able to get hold of the people involved to show those videos. We may have to go into part 2 if that's decided to do so. But I just wanted to clarify for you what you've had to date. And then yesterday evening, you had a link from the solicitor relating to extra information they want to present tonight, which Richard Harwood has just explained. That information is on your laptops. It went out by email. And if we need to refer to any information in there that is extra that you haven't had, or even if you want to refer to it online anyway, we will have to put it up on screen in the chamber. But you've already had it. But the public won't have seen that at this stage, just because we haven't had the opportunity to do that. But if it comes up online today for the screen, then obviously people online will see it anyway, and it'll be in the public domain. Thank you.
Thank you for that. As far as I'm concerned, we're working off the papers that you sent out last week, which are numbered up to 731. Can we confirm we're all working off that?
We are working off those, Chair, but just to remind you that, as Mr Harwood has said, there was an email sent out last night with further information that if you agree and it's agreed to be produced online, we can actually put it up on screen today for everyone to see, but you have added in email form.
Well, it was a bit late to send it out last night, but if and when we have to deal with it, we'll deal with it. But are you dealing with the same index, with the same bundle at page, and you, Mr Hughes?
So yes, I've got the 731-page bundle, and I'm aware of the 70-page supplemental bundle.
Good, that's a start. Okay, thank you. Right.
Right. Thank you. The final procedural point I want to raise, just to explain how we're going to deal with it from our side, is that, as I mentioned, there's been correspondence with the Ombudsman since the agenda was put out, and in that material, and those who look have got the electronic additional documents, page 62. We were asking about further material, particularly matter that wasn't actually on the list of unused material, such as the correspondence between the Ombudsman and the complainant, the Ombudsman and the witnesses, the material on the conduct of the investigation, how the decision to investigate was taken, and the involvement of Ms Cook in that process. Now, the Ombudsman's response to that, which is at page 64, was an email on the 20th of November, so Wednesday, which refused to disclose. So it's page 64 of the additional bundle, Chair, which refused to disclose any of that material. Now, those are matters which go to the broadening of the scope of the investigation, how we get additional witnesses talking about matters which aren't the matters of the original complaint, and the involvement of Ms Cook in the process. The Ombudsman's response to our October representations, and this is something you do have in the printed bundle, page 727, said that Councillor Perry has been provided with all the documentation associated with the investigation. Now that statement's incorrect. The Ombudsman's declined to provide all the information, as we've held a large amount of information that's relevant to the way in which we've been putting our case. The reason for raising at this stage is to make clear what our position is, which is that the Standards Committee will find itself having to deal with this matter in a situation where relevant material has not been disclosed by the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman's declined to do that. So it's an absence of information provided by the party on whom the burden is to demonstrate breaches of the code. But we will deal with the matters, particularly submissions, on that basis.
Okay.
That there is an absence, that the material, there is relevant material that you and we have not been allowed to see.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, perhaps I can remind you this is a committee, and it does say somewhere in the rules we're meant to be dealing with it flexibly. So if I can just remind you of that. Right, so we'll go on now to stage 2, which is making findings of fact. Well, there are disagreements, so Mr. Hughes, I think you can help us here.
So thank you. So I don't know whether you want a short opening. I mean, all it will do is to say that there was a complaint made to the Ombudsman. It'll summarise very briefly the investigation and then the findings of the Ombudsman, and perhaps put bluntly the way in which the Ombudsman puts the case. I would guess no more than 5-10 minutes. So thank you. So on the 11th of October 2021, the Public Services Ombudsman for Wales received a complaint from Mrs. Jacqueline Griffin, the former locum clerk of St Nicholas and Bombleston Community Council, alleging that the chair of that council, Councillor Ian Perry, had breached the code of conduct applicable to members of the council. The Ombudsman decided to commence an investigation of the complaint received and put Councillor Perry on notice of her investigation by letter dated the 14th of January 2022. The Ombudsman interviewed and took witness statements from Ms Griffin, Ms Debbie Marles, the then monitoring officer of the Vale of Glamorgan Council, and therefore the effective monitoring officer of St Nicholas and Bombleston, former community councillor Maddie Sims and Ms Claire Cotterill, who had acted as a locum clerk to the council for a period after Ms Griffin's departure from the council. The Ombudsman put the evidence gathered to Councillor Perry and interviewed Councillor Perry on 2 occasions, the 16th of March 2023 and the 4th of August 2023. Councillor Perry was sent a draft copy of the report for comment and took advantage of the opportunity to comment upon the report or the draft. On the 28th of February, the Ombudsman issued her report upon her investigation. And in the report, the Ombudsman concluded that, in her opinion, Councillor Perry had breached paragraphs 4b of the Code of Conduct in that he had failed to show respect and consideration in his dealings with Ms Griffin, and paragraph 4c of the Code of Conduct in that he had harassed Ms Griffin. The Ombudsman identified 4 aspects of his conduct that she considered established those breaches. And first, by telephoning Ms Griffin on a number of occasions outside ordinary working hours. There's a detailed analysis of those calls and of the explanation offered by Councillor Perry for each in the report. That's at paragraphs 80 to 96, if that helps. Second, in his responses during the course of the investigation, Councillor Perry had presented what he described as a benchmarking exercise, which compared, in a sense, himself with Ms Griffin, and which the Ombudsman considered disrespectful. Third, in the way in which Ms Griffin had been prevented from performing certain aspects of her role. And fourth, by sending an email dated the 5th of July 2021 to Ms Griffin, an action which she had interpreted as a veiled threat. The Ombudsman also concluded that Councillor Perry had breached paragraph 61A of the Code of Conduct in the way in which he had addressed requests by other members of St Nicholas and Bombleston Community Council for information about the finances of the council. For sight of bank statements of the council, and for reconciliations of the expenditure of the council against the bank statements. In this conduct, he had displayed a rejection of the principles of transparency and openness which underpin the Code of Conduct, and which are directed to fostering public confidence in public life. In that way, his conduct was conduct which could reasonably regard as bringing his office or authority into disrepute. The Ombudsman then referred her report to the monitoring officer of the Vale, and of course, in due course, the monitoring officer referred it to you for determination. That is all I would wish to say by way of opening, unless there's anything particularly you would like me to assist with. And unless there's anything else you wish me to do, I'd propose calling Ms. Griffin to give evidence. Sir, thank you. Sir, perhaps I should deal with this in the generality rather than in the detail, but my practice when calling the witness is simply to get them to confirm the contents of the witness statement. I know sometimes in committee hearings you may want the statement read out. It may be that we can take the statement as read, but in a sense, what I'm warning you is that I don't propose to do any lengthy examination in chief unless you particularly want one. Ms. Griffin is at page 189 to 193.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, I'm quite happy with that situation.
Thank you. So I don't know where you want Ms. Griffin to sit to give evidence.
Who is Ms. Griffin?
Moving forward to there, please.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin.
Ms. Griffin, I imagine you're used to these. You'll need to know. Well, there's a button at the front. If you can press that, and that hopefully then will amplify your voice. Good. If you could give us your full name, please.
It's Jacqueline Griffin.
And as part of the Ombudsman's investigation, a witness statement was prepared for this process. Is that right?
Correct.
So if you could have a look at, have you got the statement with you? Sorry.
It's my statement, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, as I said, this is page 189. Starting at page 189, there's a copy of a witness statement that runs to 193, and on 193 there is a copy signature. Is that your signature?
It is.
The statement's dated the 30th of July 2022 and bears a statement of truth. You're able to confirm, are you, that the contents of that statement are true?
Correct.
Thank you. There were only two other documents that I wanted to take you to, and simply to refer to them bluntly. But the first is a complaint. That's at page 77. Sorry, let me start at page 74.
Okay.
So you'll see at page 74, there's the start of a document that is a complaint. There are an awful lot of redactions, so it's all black lines. But appended to that was a document that starts at page 77. And that was prepared by you, as I understand it?
Correct, yes.
And then it was updated, was it, to the document that's at page 81?
Yes, it was.
And why was it updated?
The initial complaint was rejected by the Ombudsman. They said they wouldn't investigate further. But I can't remember, 14 days or something to submit a further complaint if I wish to.
I see. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I've got no more questions for this witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Mrs. Griffin. You've been a community council clerk, I think, since about 1999?
I've worked for Town and Community Council since 1999, but I actually became a clerk in my own right in 2002.
Right. Could you move your microphone a bit closer to you, because may just be my hearing. I'm not picking up so clearly. I think I heard that, but it was a bit difficult from my end. But thank you so much. So you've been clerking community councils in the whole of the life of the current standard system and the current codes of conduct, haven't you?
Yes.
And you're familiar with codes of conduct for that reason?
Yes.
Yeah. Your original complaint, we can turn it up, please, at page 77 of the bundle.
Thank you.
Your original complaint doesn't identify any breaches of the code of conduct, either by reference to paragraphs or by using the language of the code of conduct, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Given you have a considerable amount of experience of clerking and codes of conduct, the reason was that you'd got things you didn't like, but we were struggling to find any breach in a code of conduct to identify, otherwise you'd have included it then, wouldn't you?
I didn't think it was necessary at that point. I just sent in my initial complaint without referring to the code. And I actually, before I actually sent that initial complaint into the Ombudsman, I did refer it to the monitoring officer at the Vale Glamorgan Council. And she advised me to send it in, which I did. Then I had a rejection of it.
So the monitoring officer had seen the September complaint before it was sent in.
That's right.
And that complaint was then rejected by the Ombudsman
Yes.
as being deficient.
Yes.
Right. Remember who wrote that letter? Because we've not seen it.
I can't recall, but I think it might have come. I think it might have come from Miss Fletcher.
Right, thank you. Now, can I look at some of the matters which are raised? And we keep to page 77, please. And that complaint, you've raised complaints in here and subsequently about the length of the agenda. Now, that's not a code of conduct matter, is it?
No.
Thank you. In terms of the community council's role as a consultee on planning applications, before the community council meeting, would you go onto the Vale of Glamorgan website and look up all the documents for the planning application, read the planning application documents, the design access statement, the planning statement, the highways assessment, the BATs or whatever has been put in? Would you read those documents before the meeting?
Yes.
All those documents?
Most of them, yes. Sometimes they are huge. But I need to have an idea of what's going to be discussed and what's likely to come up. So, yes, I do look at the planning applications before a meeting.
How long would that take?
Well, it depends on the length of the planning applications. Some are very simple and some contain a lot of documents, rather like this.
But how long before a typical meeting of this community council would you have spent reading planning application documents?
Like I say, it varies tremendously. I couldn't give you an indication of how long I would spend on that. I just want a flavour of it because really looking at planning applications is for the job of the whole council.
It's a job of the councillors, isn't it? Well, did you
Yes.
bill for your time spent reading those planning application documents? Can we see from the invoices the prep time?
Prep time. I didn't actually break it down, but I would certainly go through the agenda and look at every item that was coming up for discussion.
But you said just now, quite rightly, that it's the councillors who decide what the council stance is on a planning application, what representations to make.
Yes.
So they are at least as well placed, if not better placed than you are, to draft those representations, aren't they?
I wouldn't necessarily say so, because what tends to happen, if that's the case, you will find that some councillors are more interested in planning applications than others. And what you try to do is get a balanced view of the council.
Well,
And then use that to put together a representation from the whole of the council, not just one individual council.
well, it's the decision of the council what stance it wants to take.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the members will have thought it through, and a member who's involved in thinking it through can draft a letter, and that member's colleagues can take part in the drafting if they want to. That letter will be public in any event. If it doesn't represent the decision of the council, then that can be picked up in due course. There's no reason why a councillor can't draft that letter, is there?
If the council drafts the letter, then really that's a letter from that councillor, as opposed to a letter from the whole of the council.
Well, the council is composed of the councillors, not the clerk, is it?
I'm sorry?
The council is composed of the councillors.
Yes.
Yeah. There's no reason why a council, particularly the chair of the council, can't write correspondence on behalf of the council.
That's not usually good practice.
There's no legal prohibition on councillors doing that, is there?
Not that I'm aware of, but generally that is practice. That is good practice, that the correspondence comes from the clerk.
Well, Mrs. Griffin, the fact that you may think that good practice says the letter should come from the clerk rather than from a councillor, the chair of the committee, isn't a code of conduct matter, is it?
Well, it could be, because if you have a councillor that is writing letters on behalf of the council, they can be biased, and so that isn't necessarily the opinion of the whole council.
Well, if a councillor writes a letter on behalf of the council and it doesn't represent the opinion of the council, then the rest of the councillors can pick that up and get it corrected in a similar way that if the clerk writes a letter on behalf of the council and it doesn't reflect the view of the councillors, the council can pick that up and correct it. None of that is a code of conduct matter, is it? Is it?
I suppose it isn't.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Perry is elected by the councillors as the chair of the council, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, in September 2021, so just before I ask that question, when you were clerking this council, you were clerking other councils as well, weren't you? Was it how many?
Two.
Two additional councils, or two in total?
Well, one at the start of clerking this council, and I took on a second council in June.
Second council, okay.
Yeah.
And like this council, did they hold evening meetings?
Yes.
Yeah. And in September 2021, you started another job. Was that another job as a clerk?
Locum clerk, yes.
Locum clerk, yeah.
It was in August, actually.
So you started elsewhere in August. And which council was that?
That was Towin Town Council.
Okay.
Towin.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And when had you known about that job was coming up?
I was contacted at the end of July.
Now, when you started with this council, you were only wanting to take it as a locum role, not take up the clerking post permanently, didn't you?
I had been approached in the October of 2020 to be a locum clerk. But my very first assignment as a locum clerk was St Nicholas with Bombleston.
But you didn't want to become the permanent clerk of St Nicholas because you really wanted to do other clerking jobs and.
Well, at the time, it was just advertised as a locum position. I actually had a phone call from the local council consultancy about helping out St Nicholas as a locum clerk.
And when you joined St Nicholas, you always knew you were going to be only there for a few months. That was the intention, wasn't it? A bit of a catch.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So, when did you, so sorry, basically being there for a few months, and was it the start of July? Or was it a bit early where you said, well, actually now I know I'm going to be leaving to the council?
It was in June, actually.
In June.
Yes.
And that was because you wanted to work elsewhere.
It was quite bizarre at the time, to be completely honest. Back in before I started at St Nicholas, I was doing some voluntary work for a friend, and I had a phone call, and I was asked to apply for a position at a very small community council in the Vale of Glamorgan. And within about half an hour of that phone call, I had a phone call from the LCC asking if I would do some locum work at St Nicholas. So I said, yes, okay, I would take up some locum work. And it was really weird that they were both on the same day. And so I thought about the other community council that I'd been asked to apply for. And I thought, well, there's no guarantee I will get that anyway. But I decided to put myself forward for it, and they offered me the position, and I started there in the June.
You started the other council in June.
Yes.
2021.
Yes.
Yeah, and there was a meeting of this council on the 7th of June 2021, and you said, and this is a short quote, so you may not need to turn this up, but it's page 35 of the additional documents our material sent you yesterday. You said to this council meeting, in the meeting, I think you need to start advertising for a clerk really soon. I said that, I'll do July, and after that, I can't stay any longer. I've taken on something else.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was the council where I was offered the job, yes.
Yeah. So your reason for leaving, which you gave, was that you'd taken on another job, and that was why you were leaving.
Well, that was part of the reason that I was leaving.
Well, there was a reason you gave, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Yeah.
But it was part of the reason.
You never made a complaint to the council, or any comment to the council that you were leaving for other reasons, or because of the way in which you thought the council was handling matters, or Councillor Perry had handled matters, did you?
Not in a meeting, no, I didn't.
Well, you made there's no email, there's no letter saying I'm leaving for other reasons because of matters which you subsequently raised in your complaint, is there?
I did approach two of the councillors about my concerns at the council.
Not material that's here, is it?
I didn't want to raise it at the meeting. I'm not a confrontational person, and it wasn't something that I wanted to say in a public meeting.
You didn't raise it at all, did you, with the council?
I did raise my concerns with 2 councillors in an email.
Now, can I turn to the email of the 5th of July, which you referred to which is referred to in the bundle. It's contained in the bundle, actually, at page 88 of the big bundle. Now, you didn't mention this email in your original complaint of the 21st of September, did you?
No, I didn't.
It wasn't a matter of concern.
I didn't want to take the complaint. Well, I felt that my initial complaint was enough.
Enough to do what?
I felt that it was enough of a complaint. And like I said, I'm not a confrontational person. But basically what happened was my initial complaint to the Ombudsman was rejected. I actually contacted Miss Miles, the monitoring officer, and advised her that my complaint had been rejected. And she advised me that if I wanted to go further, that I would have to send in a lot more detail and examples of things that had bothered me. So that was what I did.
Right, so this was the matter which, when you made a complaint, I mean, making a complaint is a serious matter, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's why we're here. Yeah. When you originally made the complaint, you didn't think that this was something that was worth mentioning.
I had discussed the complaint that I was going to put in with the monitoring officer, and I completely followed her guidance.
So,
When I did the complaint, I had a couple of meetings with her about it, and that's what I did. And like I say, I didn't want to make trouble. I was not out to make trouble, but I made this complaint in my own time and at my own expense, and I did it because I was concerned about the council, the number of councillors that were coming and going, the lack of transparency, and the way the whole thing was being operated, and the fact that clerks were coming and going as well. And I felt that I was concerned for the community, because the community council is there for the community. It's not for me or each individual council. It is the councillor. It's there for the community.
you said you had, sorry, have you finished?
And that's why I put my complaint in. I felt that bad about it. Don't believe me, I didn't want to do it.
You said you had a couple of meetings with the monitoring officer. Was that before the 21st of September complaint, before the original complaint went in?
One was, yes.
Right. And when were the other meetings? How many other meetings were there?
There was another further meeting after the first complaint was rejected.
Right. And the monitoring officer said you should put more stuff in the complaint?
Correct, yes.
Can we have a look at this 5th of July email, which is page 88 of the bundle? That's got enclosed in it an email. It's an email from Councillor Perry. That has in it an email from a former clerk to OVW as One Voice Wales. That's just explain for us what OVW is.
That's One Voice Wales. That is an organisation that basically works between town and community councils and the Welsh Government. And they give advice and run training courses and information for town and community councils.
Thank you. And the former clerk in that email says, I'm still having problems with Councillor Perry. We are trying our best with him and we are putting measures in place to help control him. But he just seems to find other ways of making his voice heard. It's not the role of councillors. Start again. It's not the role of clerks, is it, to control councillors and stop their voices being heard, is it?
Are you asking me that, sir?
I'm asking you, yes.
No.
No.
But I didn't write that email.
I know. It's an email which, from the former clerk, which suggests an approach taken by that clerk, which is inappropriate, isn't it?
It's not the clerk's role to try and run the council. I totally agree with that. But it's not the chairman's role to totally run the council either.
Well, the point that's being made by Councillor Perry in this email, which we've seen from the report followed on from some conversation, was Councillor Perry was saying he wasn't, this is referring to what had happened previously, he wasn't then going to be silenced in what we've agreed would have been an inappropriate way. That's what we're saying, isn't it?
That's what Councillor Perry's saying, yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's not threatening anybody, is it?
I couldn't understand the reason for sending it to me.
And that's why you didn't mention it in your original complaint.
Correct, yes.
It wasn't something that worried you that it was directed at you, otherwise you would have raised it, wouldn't you?
Well, this is going the same way as the comments on planning applications, really, isn't it? As I said, I took my advice from the monitoring officer with both of my submissions to the Ombudsman.
Well, it wasn't a suggestion to focus your submission, it was a suggestion to use the language of Alistair Campbell, sex them up, in the sense of make the criticisms more substantial, wasn't it?
I had to provide evidence of what was concerning me, basically.
Now, can I move on to another matter and the question of calls in the evening and weekend and communications between yourself and Councillor Perry at that time? Can we go to your original complaint, please, and that's page 79.
Chairman, can I raise a point? Is it possible to adjust that curtain? There's light being reflected off a car in the car park that is distracting me. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we can go please to page 79 of the bundle, which is your original complaint. In the middle of that page, the paragraph beginning during the council's meeting on 7th June, you say that in the latter part of that paragraph, you refer to a previous discussion with a previous clerk about calls and about the previous clerk, whoever it was, suggesting that sort of getting too many calls. And you said, could well believe as Councillor Perry takes contacting me frequently, even outside what would be considered normal working hours, to the extent that I stopped answering his calls. You're not at that point saying that you're harassed. You're sort of giving, you're saying that, well, this is what I heard from somebody else doesn't surprise me.
That's right. That is, yes. It didn't surprise me.
Okay, but it's not being put forward as a complaint. Am I on the breach of the code of conduct is I'm getting contacted too often by the chair of the council?
Well, Right. It was, right, okay. It was pointed out to me during my second meeting with the monitoring officer that basically I had to do the ombudsman's job. That was how it was put to me, that I had to show how these things related to the code. And that is why my report went from initial 4 pages to 7 pages with appendices. I had to give examples and say how certain actions had breached the code, and that's what I did. I went back through my initial report, and that's what I did.
Yeah. Cool. Can I just look at the some of those calls, please? And could you go, please, in the bundle to page 618, 618, please? And this is part of Councillor Perry's response on the calls. And he's picking up that in some cases calls, 14th of April incoming call from yourself, some cases calls prompted by emails from you. In some cases, there are emails or text messages from you following those calls, aren't there?
Yes, there are.
Yeah. You used to do quite a lot of council work in the evenings, not just
Yes, I
attending
did.
the 3 councils. Yeah. And some of that would involve email, some would involve text messages or WhatsApp
Yes.
messages, and some of that would involve phone calls.
Yes, it would, yes.
And can we go in the bundle, please, to page 708? This is from Councillor Perry's representations, but it pulls the material together. Paragraph 2.3.12 lists 46 emails which you had sent to Councillor Perry after 6 o'clock in the evening or at weekends.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there is a difference with an email. It doesn't have to be read, and very often isn't, the minute you've sent it. Emails can be read when the person makes the choice to go onto their laptop and read the email. It's different to receiving a telephone call.
And if we can go please onto the next page, 709. There's a list of 7 text messages or WhatsApps which you sent to Councillor Perry after 6 o'clock in the evening or at weekends. Now, does that list look right?
Could be. I haven't checked it. I'll be fair. I'll be totally honest on that.
I mean, a text or a WhatsApp is something which people will tend to check because, first of all, it's likely to come up as a notification on the screen on their phone, and also they are very often from relatives or friends looking for a quick response. So the likelihood is if you send a text or WhatsApp to somebody in the evening, they are going to look at it, aren't they?
That's when most people really use their mobile phone, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they're working in the day.
Yeah. So you'd expect Councillor Perry to have sort of read those WhatsApps or texts shortly after they were sent, wouldn't you, in the evening?
Yeah, but like I say again, there is a choice. you can see who a text message or any a WhatsApp message has come from, and you can choose not to read it if you so wish. I do leave my phone on all the time because I have children. One of them is in a very public role and a difficult and sometimes dangerous job. So I'm always conscious of that.
Yeah.
So I do look at the phone and I do have it on all the time for that.
Yeah.
But I can make the choice to whether I read it or not, whether I look at it tomorrow morning or this evening. That is a choice. But if your phone rings, that is an interruption, isn't it?
Bob, you didn't have any fixed hours of sort of working or perhaps non-working to say that you wouldn't deal with phone calls after a certain time or weekends or what have you. Did you never said after whatever it is, I'm not going to take community council related calls? Did you?
Well, when you think I was only actually contracted to work 3.5 hours a week, and I never ever charged for the time that I spent reading WhatsApp messages or text, I would say that is a lot, and certainly more than I've had from working for other councils. Generally, other councillors, if they want to contact me, will do so by email.
Can we just come back to the question which I put, which was that you didn't have at any point say or have an arrangement to say that I'm not going to take calls on community council matters after a certain time or weekends or what have you, did you?
No, I didn't.
No. There'd be occasions when somebody would call you and it's not convenient to take the call.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. And you then get back in touch saying something on the lines of, is everything okay? Or I'm completely tired out after another community council meeting that evening. Can we talk tomorrow or whatever? That's the sort of response you'd give. So on some occasions it can be inconvenient.
Absolutely.
Yeah. As it is with anybody receiving phone calls at any point. There'll be sometimes it's just not going to be convenient, and you get back to them later on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that's very different from that's the next. Sorry, I put the question again. That's accepting that you may well take those calls at those times if it was actually convenient. It's not saying, well, I'm just not going to take council calls in the evening or whatever it may have been.
Yes, that's true. I think that's up to an individual and how they work. The point I was making was that for some people, that would be excessive. And if you have a partner or husband and your phone is, going at all sorts of hours and it's work, it's not always convenient. The point of my complaint was that the clerking situation at St. Nicholas, whilst I wasn't bothered, I would just not answer the phone, would to some clerks be inconvenient, to say the least.
Right, but you've just told us you weren't bothered. You were not bothered. That's your evidence. You just said that.
Well, I was, but if it was inconvenient at that time, I just wouldn't answer, and that's the stage it got to. So, through a conversation with a person working at One Voice Wales, and I said I could understand how it would bother people. So yes, it is lacking in consideration of what other people might be doing. I choose to do a lot of council work in the evenings because it fits in with my life. But that's not it doesn't work for everyone. And I don't particularly like taking council phone calls in the evening. I might look at an email, and I don't always respond to emails straight away because I like to consider what I want to do. And it's up to me when I read those. But not everybody can work in that way. And phone calls, I think, that's actually coming into somebody's home and interrupting their time. And for a lot of people, an evening is when they relax and they spend time with their family. I'm in a situation where I worked at that time, I lived with shift workers. And so I had to take that into consideration, noise all through the day and things like that. So if somebody is asleep, it is a nuisance if your phone goes and somebody is sleeping at a strange time, etc., etc. I know that my working hours are weird, but it fitted in very well with my life at that time.
Well, and we have to remember, don't we, Mrs. Griffin, that at this time, COVID restrictions were still in place.
Absolutely.
Lots of people's lives were run rather differently, and the chance to get out and do something more enjoyable in the evening was rather constrained, and so on. But we've got your answer in terms of what you said. Mrs. Griffin, thank you very much for your time. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Very quickly, if I may. Yes, sorry for your purpose here.
The purpose here is to make findings of fact.
Of course.
Thank you.
Just very briefly, so you were asked about the extent to which you had or hadn't complained to other members of the council during the time when you worked as a locum clerk, and you said that you had complained to 2 other members of the council.
I've raised my concerns with them.
Who were they?
It was Councillor Maddie Sims and Councillor Philip Moss.
And do you remember when you raised those concerns?
Yes, I sent them an email.
When? Sorry.
Sorry. Yes, sorry. It was following the July meeting.
I see. And do you remember what concerns you raised?
Basically, the running of the council, that I was concerned at the length of the agenda, that I felt that the items that were particularly important to that council were not given items that are particularly important, which for that council at the time was recruitment of a clerk, co-option, because they weren't a full complement of councillors, and the audit, which hadn't been started. And they were not towards the top of the agenda, which they should be, because they were particularly important at that time. And I was concerned at the way that Councillor Perry was doing all the correspondence on behalf of the Community Council. Basically, the job I was doing was just as minute clerk. And the whole time I was there, that was basically what I was doing. I did 11 sets of minutes in 18 weeks. And I was concerned that I couldn't get anywhere with finance. I refused actually to be the responsible financial officer because I wasn't getting any of the information.
You were asked about the email of the 5th of July, so that's at page 88.
Yeah.
Have a look at that again.
Oh, I know the one, yes.
And, I mean, you told us that you didn't know why it was sent.
That's right.
Why did you think it was sent? You know,
Well,
what effect did it have on you, in a sense?
I thought it was a warning shot to say, don't cross me, basically. That's how I felt about it. I couldn't understand it. I didn't understand the reason for it, and I just didn't understand it at all.
Okay, thank you. I've got no more questions for Ms. Griffin.
Thank you.
Sorry, I should have asked the committee if they had any questions of Mrs. Griffin. Just wait a second. Mr. Watkins?
Yes, in the bundle, there is reference to a benchmark document.
Yes.
Mr. Hughes mentioned it earlier on. When did you first become aware of that document?
Last weekend.
Right. It was never discussed with Councillor Perry. He
No,
never showed it you.
I never saw it until last Sunday.
Thank
last
you.
Sunday evening.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry. Any other questions?
Yes, please, Chair. With regard to letters that were being sent, whether they were on planning or anything else, Mr. Harwood referenced this a number of times in his questioning of you. The letters that concerned you, had those letters, although they were being sent by Councillor Perry, had those letters been approved by resolution for him to send, or were they just being sent
No,
because he chose to send them?
they were just being sent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Hughes?
So, yes, thank you. So the next witness we'd like to call is former Councillor Maddie Sims. Now, I'm told that she's available online,
Right.
although for limited times of the day. I don't know.
Chair, she's currently online, but she has advised that she may have to leave. So if we can get hold of her online, if Ms Sims would like to come on, if you could press your big button, it's a big red button a big grey button in the middle, and press it and it comes on red.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, we can't see you. Can you press your camera? Lovely,
Hello,
thank
can
you.
you see and hear me?
We can see and hear you now. Thank you so much. Mr. Hughes would like to speak to you. Thank you.
Hello, Ms Sims, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good, thank you. If you could give us your full name, please.
Excuse me, Miss Sims, I'm really sorry. You're driving. Could you please pull over?
Yeah, of course.
I'm really sorry, but
I'm not driving. I'm
you're
not
not
driving.
driving?
Somebody else.
Oh.
No, I've got no. God, no,
That's
I'm
fine.
not driving. No.
My apologies.
Sorry.
We could see that you were driving.
Yeah.
Who's with you? Can we ask who's with you?
Yeah, it's my husband, Peter Palmer. We're about to pull over in about 5 minutes. Do you want to wait until we've pulled over?
I think that would be best if you wouldn't mind. Yes.
No, not a problem. Okay.
And the monitoring officer's happy that it's your husband. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, he'll get out of the car, and I'll just sit in the car.
Can I just ask anyone else? Do anybody else have any objections that Miss Sims's husband is with her?
He'll be out of the car in 5.
Okay, thank you all this, but that's fine.
All right. So shall I call back in 5 minutes?
If you could, yeah, that would be ideal. But if you could leave the meeting, you'd have to. Yeah, if you leave the invitation on and then just press your request to speak button on and off in 5 minutes, that'll be lovely.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
I think the committee will have a 5-minute break now. Okay. Thank you. Right, we'll reconvene. Is the witness available? Good.
Hello, yeah.
Yep,
Yes.
good. Yes, Mr. Hughes.
Sir, thank you. Ms Sims, are you able to hear me again?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you. Perhaps you can give us your full name.
My name is actually now Madeline Palmer, but at the time when I obviously spoke to the Ombudsman, it was Madeline Sims.
Okay. And
I've got married since.
during the course of the Ombudsman's investigation, you provided a witness statement in relation to the investigation. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we have a copy of that statement before us. It's at page 218. Have you seen the statement recently, Ms Sims?
Yes, I've seen the full bundle. I read through it earlier this week.
I see. And the statement runs to 2 pages and has a copy of your signature on it. That is your signature, is it?
That's correct. That's my statement.
And the statement is dated the 7th of November 2022. It carries a statement of truth, but you're able to confirm today, are you, that its contents are true?
I didn't quite catch that. You asking when the statement was dated?
Sorry, I just put to you that the statement is dated the 7th of November 2022, and I said that the statement has a statement of truth on it, but you can confirm today, can you, that its contents are true?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions for you, Ms Sims, but no doubt there will be some, okay? So wait there.
Mr. Harwood.
Myself on. Do you prefer to be known now as Miss Sims or as Mrs. Palmer?
I don't mind.
Don't mind.
You can call me Miss Sims as part
Okay.
of the statement if it makes it easier.
Okay, thank you. Now, do you actually have the statement with you? But sorry, I apologise. Do you have the
I
bundle?
don't have it in.
You don't have the bundle with you?
I do have the bundle with me, but I don't actually have it in front of me. But I'm sure I'll be able to answer your questions.
Right. You say you got it with you. Where? What do you mean by you've got it with you?
It's an electronic copy on my phone.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll take you to some references, and if you need time to look those up, please do say.
Okay.
Your what you produce is correspondence in email exchanges in November 2021, which are about access by the committee by the council to financial documents. That's the matter you raise, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
Who contacted you about this complaint?
In terms of the Ombudsman,
Or who's first raised the complaint with you?
in terms of access, could you sort of explain that slightly further? I don't know quite what complaint you mean.
Well, this is into a complaint by Mrs. Griffin, who wasn't on the council, wasn't the clerk, had left by November 2021. So how does it come that you are giving evidence about what's going on in November 2021? Can you explain how that came about?
I still don't quite understand what your question's alluding to.
Don't worry about what it's alluding to. Just answer the question, please.
Can you ask me the question again? Sorry, just so I clearly understand.
What was the first contact that you had from anybody about this complaint?
The particular particular complaint with the Ombudsman was the phone call from the Ombudsman itself. I had spoken to the clerk a couple of months earlier in terms of the meeting that we had had where a councillor was unable to connect on their system and they couldn't hear, and the meeting continued. But in terms of the complaint from the Ombudsman, it was the Ombudsman phoning me directly.
Right. Did the Ombudsman mention the November 2021 emails?
No. I can't remember, actually. I'd redact that. No, the Ombudsman just interviewed me and asked for a witness statement. And just asked what it was, my time was as a councillor.
Your time as a councillor, so asking generally, was that in respect of Councillor Perry or generally?
Generally.
First, say the Ombudsman was fishing for matters to look at?
No, I think it was just breaking the ice and asking, you know, I wouldn't have said no. I wouldn't have thought it was a fishing conversation. I thought it was just I was just being interviewed as a witness and giving as much information as I could.
Right. Okay, can we have a look at the emails? I'll refer you to those. And this is page 232 of the printed bundle. And if you're working from a PDF, it's page 238. Are you able to pull that up? Page 238 PDF, which is page 232 in printed, so bottom right hand corner.
Okay.
Do you have that?
If you bear with me to pull it up, maybe you can ask the question while I'm pulling it up, just to save everyone some time.
Well, possibly easier if you got it to hand.
Bear with me.
Appreciate it.
Sorry, it's taking a moment.
I appreciate it.
Taking a moment to load.
Not easy to find stuff on phones.
Yeah, I've got it's not loading at the moment. Are you able to just sort of go into it while it's, you know?
Okay, well, I'll ask
I'm not on trial.
Sorry, I appreciate it. I'll ask the question and I'll read out the relevant part. And if there's something you don't understand,
Thank you.
Look at it, then obviously do say so. There were email exchanges between yourself and Councillor Perry with other members of the council copied in, and occasional emails from other members of the council in November 2021. And I want to start with your first email in that exchange, which is on the 17th of November at 10:30 in the morning. This is the email, for those who've got it, at the bottom of page 232. And you say, "Hi Ian, the extraordinary meeting was called to discuss internal audit and financial management. These issues highlighted in yellow should not be on the agenda." I'm just not going to ask questions about that sentence, that's sort of context. You then go on. I also note you needed all the committee to discuss certain points I cannot make tomorrow as at a birthday party. So this is correspondence about a meeting of the council on the evening of the 18th of November, the next day, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. I can't pull it up at the moment, but yeah, I'm sure I'm not wrong in what you're saying. I'm sure it's not wrong. The evidence is in front of you.
Right. And you had taken the view that rather than go to the meeting, you go to a birthday party instead.
Is there a problem in that?
I'm just asking the question.
Well, yeah, obviously, I've got a young family, and commitments in terms of that. I also worked full time. The community, I think, as Councillor Griffiths, the clerk, sorry, not the councillor, the clerk alluded to earlier, she'd done 11 minutes, was it? 11 minutes, 11 meeting minutes over a short period of time. There were a lot of extraordinary meetings called, and I couldn't make them all know.
No, that's fair
So,
enough.
yeah, I think it was fine to go to a birthday party.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't see anything wrong in that.
What you're then doing is raising a variety of points about documentation for that meeting the following evening, about the quote for War Memorial, which is mentioned in an earlier email, needing 3 quotes, funding towards legal costs, all bank statements and approved accounts need to be viewed by all the members of the Community Council before being submitted to internal audit. Those are all about how matters should be dealt with at that meeting, weren't they?
I think overall I was looking for transparency, whether I was there or not. I felt there needed to be transparency on those matters. So I'm not quite sure what you're alluding to. So you're saying because I was asking for that, I'm very confused, I've got to say.
Right.
I just felt those, as I wanted transparency as a councillor. At the time, I also worked for the Vale Council, in a public position. I'm still in a public position in my role now. I'd been asked to join, give my bank details, my name and my personal details, and be part of that joint bank account for the Community Council. And before I did anything like that, I wanted full transparency on the bank details, just so I knew what was going on. Whether I made the meeting or not, I could have still been given access to those documents for everyone else to review, not just myself.
Can you just help me on this point, on this email? I also note you needed all the committee to discuss certain points, and that's the point where you then say you can't make that meeting. What did you think the consequence of that was, that some things couldn't be discussed at the meeting the following evening?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
If I'm honest, I'm not sure. I think I was quite a relatively new councillor, and I think it was quite hard in terms of as a new councillor to know if that was within my remit to be able to ask for that information or not, whether I needed to be there or not. So, yeah, I should think that's probably more what I was meaning to, is can those decisions be made with, or does a full quorum, or do all the councillors need to be there? We were very low council numbers at the time.
You didn't know, okay. Now, there's then a sort of email exchanges, which are principally between yourself and Councillor Perry, and you then send emails that day to Councillor Perry and to the other councillors at 3:37 p.m, 11:03 p.m, 11:25 p.m, and you then send 4 emails the following day: 9:38 a.m, 11:25 a.m, 12:53 p.m, and 3:27 p.m. So there's extensive correspondence about a meeting you're not going to be able to attend, isn't there, from you?
I would say those emails, when I've read them this week, I was actually quite disgusted in terms of the tone from Ian. I suppose I hadn't really appreciated how upsetting they were at the time. All I was asking was for some bank statements. Ian had been, I don't know how long he'd been chair of the Community Council at the time, but I know it'd been for a number of years, and I just simply couldn't understand how we're able to make payments for items such as poppies and not have bank statements to review. When I was at a meeting or not, I'd hoped other council members would be able to pick up on this lack of transparency of bank statements.
Well, if the bank statements weren't available on the morning of the 17th of November, they weren't likely to be available on the evening of the 18th of November, were they?
I don't quite understand why they weren't available in the first place. Do you know how long Councillor Perry had been chair of the Community Council at that point?
Ms Sims, I'm not answering the questions at this stage. You are. Is that rhetorical?
Fine. Well, I don't know how long. I just wondered if you knew, but I think it'd been for a number of years. So I don't understand how a chairman of a community council for a number of years. I mean, you know, I'm guessing it's a number of years. I don't know exactly how we couldn't have any bank statements available. I was just perplexed. And I was perplexed by the statement that he'd been asked for a bank card, but it had come with his purchase. I was getting from Ian when I was asking for transparency.
So I think we've just lost you, Miss Sims. We can't. Miss Sims, can you hear me?
I think I've frozen. Hello, have I frozen?
I think you're back on now.
You're back on. You had, we were getting breaks, but I think it then came through and then we sort of lost you.
Am I back on now?
Around you talking about the bank card.
Mr. Harwood, can I remind you that we are trying to make findings of fact?
Yes.
Are there any facts that you dispute of what she said?
Yes, as a matter I'll deal with on this. Ms Sims, you'd sent 8 emails.
I just want to come in here. Sorry, could I just come in here?
Sorry, Ms Sims, can you wait, please? Mr. Harwood will put a question to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I just come in?
Mr. Harwood?
Of course.
Thank you. Ms Sims, you had sent 8 emails on this matter in advance of a meeting you weren't able to attend, 2 of which were after 11 o'clock at night, these exchanges going on. Not surprising that the exchanges were getting a bit fraught, is it?
And Ms Sims, are you there? Can you hear us?
I don't know, is that your opinion?
Not sure how much we.
I think we'll have to stop at this stage. Can you help?
Can you hear me?
We can just now, but we're not sure where we missed anything.
Ms Sims is currently disconnected. She's going to try and reconnect and hopefully we can hear her more clearer. The other option would be, if we can't hear her, to ask her to find somewhere where she can get more Wi-Fi, and maybe we'd have to defer that item to a bit later, but it's a matter for committee.
Yes, okay. Let's just wait and see if she reconnects. Ms Sims, I gather you're there? We can see you, Ms Sims. Can you hear us?
It's dialed back in just to see if this
I'm afraid it's not very good. I think we're going to have to
signal's
leave.
better.
No, we're going to have to leave it for the time being.
Yes,
We'll
I can hear you.
we'll try and call you back, all right? Sorry
Miss-
about that.
Miss Sims,
Fantastic.
Miss Sims, oh, can you?
Thank you very much.
You are speaking.
Bye-bye.
Oh, she's gone. She's speaking better when her camera's off. I was trying to get a message
Wow.
to her, but never mind.
Right, sorry, Mr. Hughes. Have you other witnesses to call?
Encountered this before? No. I don't know whether it's possible to make a telephone connection to her instead of a video link connection, which it may be more stable. I mean, I appreciate ideally you would want to see a witness, particularly when they've already partially given evidence in a video link. But on the other hand, audio would be better than nothing, subject to what Melinda Frank says.
As long as all is-
Yes, I think assuming, I mean, that was actually my last question, but we haven't heard her answer.
Okay. Well, we'll move on and we'll try and see if we can do something perhaps in the lunch and adjournment. Okay, Mr. Hughes?
Yes, I mean, I rather suspect that Melinda Friend will want to finish this witness before moving on to anything else. I should say that that's all the live evidence that will be called by the Ombudsman. And then I think Melinda Friend will want to decide whether or not to call Mr. Perry, Councillor Perry, and then no doubt there'll be submissions on the facts. So it's difficult to see how we proceed beyond this point without finishing this witness.
Mr. Harwood?
I think we'll have to finish this witness before, as Mr. Hughes says, before we can move forward.
Can we
So we
just
do need to try and
call
find a
her
way of
back
getting
and
it
just
back
get her
in.
on the audio?
We are trying to get the number now.
Okay, we'll wait and see if we can get back to her.
Would you like to adjourn?
It's just possible that we may have a number for her, and we obviously will explore that now.
If it helps, we have a number for Miss Sims.
We're not being scrambled.
So difficult. No. I was going to say, Chair, that I mean, as I said, I've asked my last question. What we the question's been asked, so we just haven't got the answer. She's talking to you on the phone. Yeah. She won't be able to connect. No. Can you hang up?
That's the trouble with this.
Hello, Miss Sims. We can see, but we can't hear you. Would you mind disconnecting and reconnecting? Because it'll reset the signal through, so we should be able to see you and hear you then. So if you could disconnect and reconnect, that would be great.
And
Thank
go
you.
back into a browser.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us? No.
Hello, can anybody hear me at all?
I can hear you. Can you? And I can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear and see you. I'm so sorry.
Excellent. Well, we're there. Right, we're going to go back. Mr. Harwood may have one or two more questions. He'll repeat the last question and we'll go from there. Thank you very much.
Very much, Chair. Ms Sims, thank you for rejoining us. I'm sorry it's been such a difficult process on that. Just before we lost contact, I'd asked a question and don't know whether you were trying to reply to that, but we didn't hear the reply. So what I'll do is I'll ask that question again. And what I'd said was that given that you had sent 8 emails between the morning of the 17th of November and the afternoon of the 18th of November, in connection with the meeting which that evening on the 18th, which you weren't able to attend, and 2 of those emails were sent after 11 o'clock at night. It's understandable why those exchanges have got a bit fraught, isn't it?
Well, they weren't fraught from my side. I wasn't saying repeat, repeat, repeat. I wasn't sort of making personal statements in terms of where my loyalties lie, which is what Ian's communications or Councillor Perry's communications were saying. Mine were just pretty much same to the point. I just couldn't quite understand why we couldn't have visibility of the bank statements. That was all.
You were making essentially the same point in repeated emails at short frequency in exchange going late into the evening of the 17th, carrying on through the following day, nobody was really achieving much in that process, were they?
I think that's, I don't know, that's obviously your opinion. I felt I was trying to achieve the point that it's quite serious that we don't have visibility, we don't have oversight of bank statements. As a councillor, I would expect some kind of oversight of the finances. So I thought it was incredibly serious, and I didn't think it was something that could just be ignored.
Well, if you have exchanges, the question I was putting, email exchanges going on into late into the evening on a matter which isn't being resolved, you were getting a bit irritated by that point, weren't you?
I think I can understand what you're saying, but I feel like we're going slightly round in circles, which is kind of how I felt with those emails. And I think I sort of alluded to earlier, Councillor Perry had been the chairman for several years, and I just couldn't understand why there were no bank statements at all. So yeah, I just really was trying to get to the bottom, and the answers were just getting more and more. I almost felt defensive rather than, look, Maddie, we're looking into this. There was no solution offered. So yeah, that's just my feelings. It's a long time ago and we've all moved on. So how I felt at 11 o'clock, so many years ago, I can't remember.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Sims. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hughes, do you have any more questions?
No questions, thank you.
Do any of the committee have any questions?
I have one, Chair, if I may. Yes. Ms. Sims, the meeting on the 18th that you were trying to get information in preparation for, was that, I think you described it as it was an extraordinary meeting, specifically to discuss apparently internal audit and financial management. Did your council have a finance committee?
No.
So all finance matters went to the full council, insofar as they did go?
And the whole time I was there, I never saw any matters to do with finance at all.
Thank you.
We met just planning.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Sims. Sorry, beg your pardon. There's one more question.
Thank you. The meeting that was set up to discuss finances, who set that up? Were members consulted? Was it part of an ordinary run of meetings, or were members consulted about whether they'd been able to were going to be able to attend, or were you simply just given a date arbitrarily and told this is what was going to happen?
We were given a date arbitrarily. We were never consulted on availability, no, not for any of the meetings and not for any of the extraordinary meetings. They were always arbitrarily chosen by Councillor Perry.
Thank you.
Right, I think I can thank you again. Thank you very much, Ms. Sims, for helping us.
Sorry.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye, thank you.
So, Mr. Hughes, do you have any more?
So no, so that's the live evidence that the Ombudsman calls.
Thank you very much. Mr. Harwood?
Can I just have a moment to take instruction?
Certainly.
For the benefit of those viewing online, we will be stopping the stream in order for the barrister to have discussions with with Councillor Perry. So in that regard, the members are adjourning the meeting for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Right, so we've moved on to the stage where the member will then be invited to make a representation to support his or her version of the facts. Do you want to call your client?
Chair, given the extensive written evidence and the transcripts and representations we put in, and the matters which are raised by the complaints by the Ombudsman rather than other topics, it doesn't seem to us that there's any factual matters in which I need to call Mr. Perry, so I'm not going to call Councillor Perry.
Thank you. So are you saying that really there are, we've got to make findings of facts? Are there any particular facts that we've got to make a finding on? Or do we move on to the third stage, where on those facts there has been a failure to comply with the code?
Well, you'll have seen the matters which are agreed and the matters which are in dispute. Chair, you've also heard the evidence on which both sides can make submissions on that. Maybe Mr. Hughes' view, but it becomes a slight danger in the procedure of splitting it up, that we perhaps spend a long time debating what particular facts to make findings of when it goes into the overall, ultimately into the overall submissions. So,
well, this is the process that we've got to adopt, but the procedure at the meeting should be set out below, subject to the chair making such changes as he or she thinks fit in order to ensure a fair and efficient hearing. So if you're satisfied, subject to what Mr. Hughes says, that we can, if you like, you can now address us on whether the member has failed to comply with the code, rather than going out and dealing with the facts. I'm happy to proceed on that basis.
Sir, forgive me, for my part, I think I would substantially agree with my learned friend that this is one of those cases where it may be appropriate to merge the fact-finding with the breach questions, because in truth it's more a question of nuance and what the committee's interpretation of conduct is and whether it is a breach. So, for example, the Ombudsman says that the telephone communications after hours are capable of being a 4B failure to show respect, but that's very much a judgment call made by the Ombudsman. The fact that the calls occurred is there, and Melinda Friend and I can make submissions about it, but it probably is artificial to have a fact-finding exercise and a breach exercise, and it may well be appropriate in this particular case to merge the two.
Thank you. What do you say to that?
Yes, Chair, that seems to be sensible. That the danger otherwise is that between us all we spend a fair bit of time trying to sort of list facts, and by the time it comes to submissions, there's probably actually then something raised which somebody might say is a disputed fact, or the committee doesn't have a finding on which one of us refers to. So it does seem to be sensible to, as Leonard Friend says, merge the two.
Sorry, Mr. Hart.
Yeah.
It will be you to go first, I think. Is that right? Or does it?
Well, it's the Ombudsman's case.
Okay. Well,
I wonder about that, but I don't care, so I will go first.
Well, would it be I'm sorry, I know we've had a lot of breaks, but would it be a good idea to have a break now for you to consider it, have sort of lunch in inverted commas, come back at 1 o'clock, and then you can make your submissions? Well, Mr. Hughes, you can go first.
Okay.
You can go afterwards, and then we'll come to a view on the facts and whether there's a breach, and then we will deal with any sanction if there is to be anything. Do you agree?
The only point in terms of it's sensible to take lunch now, because it does give a chance to put thoughts together, but we're going to need longer than 25 minutes
Okay,
because we
well-
actually need to get something to eat.
Well, I think you might take a while. Well,
Yeah.
can we make it 1:15? Is that all right?
I think we can, and I'll scoot into town and
Yeah.
get something when we're back. If that's okay.
All right. So we'll come back at 1:15. Mr. Hughes, you go first, and then Mr. Harwood, and then we'll make a decision on it all effectively. Good. Thank you very much. Sorry there have been so many breaks, but there we are.
So it's relatively safe, is it, to leave a laptop here or? Yeah. Thank you.
Right, good afternoon. Mr. Hughes, perhaps you'd like to address us.
So yes, thank you. So you heard in opening the way I put the case as it appears in the Ombudsman's report. So I'm going to deal first with what are said to be breaches of paragraphs 4B and 4C of the Code of Conduct. 4B is the obligation to show respect and consideration for those that you deal with, and 4C is not to harass or bully. And here the Ombudsman relies on conduct in relation to Mrs. Griffin. And you will know that there are 4 aspects of that conduct which are said to make out the breaches. The first is in relation to telephone calls out of hours. Unless you particularly want me to, I'm not going to go through each particular incidence of a telephone call out of hours. The information is as follows. So at page 286, you have what is effectively a log taken from Mr. Perry's or Councillor Perry's phone of all contacts between him and Ms. Griffin. And then at 618, you have Councillor Perry's comments on each example. So do you see that at 618? There's a list of phone calls and times, and he makes a comment after each one, potentially explaining the call or justifying it in a sense. The Ombudsman in the report went into quite some detail about this. So this is page 61. In paragraph 81 and onwards, where each one of the phone calls that Councillor Perry has commented on is dealt with, and an assessment made of his stance in a sense. So, for example, in relation to the first one, this was a telephone call on the 14th of April at 18:36. Councillor Perry said that the telephone call was a result of an incoming call from Mrs. Griffin. However, I note that the call log shows that Councillor Perry attempted to call Mrs. Griffin at 16:47, 18:10 and 18:24, and he then received a missed call from Mrs. Griffin at 18:34. He then calls her at 18:36. Councillor Perry then made further outgoing calls to Mrs. Griffin. It appears, therefore, that the contact was initiated by Councillor Perry. Now, from paragraph 81 to 93...
Well, help me anyway. What is the norm? What should have happened? I mean, should they say, well, should he have approached her and said, well, I'll ring between 6 and 8? Because if people do hold a 9-to-5 job, what should happen?
Yeah. I mean, you'll appreciate that there's an extent to which this is a matter for you and the committee. But, I mean, insofar as you put the question, I think the stance that is taken in the report is that 6 o'clock is pretty well an ordinary end to a working day, and that contact after that is at least capable of being potentially troublesome. I mean, I should say that there appears, or there may be, a marked distinction here between those of us who work in a self-employed capacity and who, therefore, receive calls and emails at all manner of times, and people who work in an employed capacity and have a greater expectation, perhaps, of working a normal working day. I accept the point that is made on Councillor Perry's behalf that Mrs. Griffin was employed on a 3.5-hour contract per week, and that there was nothing in the contract to indicate precisely when those 3.5 hours would be worked. And I have to accept also that some of the work undertaken by Mrs. Griffin obviously involved work in the evenings, council meetings being the obvious example. Nevertheless, the stance I think taken in the report is that there is an expectation that contact would be made within ordinary working time, and that contact outside ordinary working time is at least capable of being problematic. capable of showing a failure to show respect and consideration. It'll be a matter, obviously, for the committee to decide whether, in this case, it was. The next aspect of conduct that is relied on is the benchmarking exercise. So during the course of the investigation the investigation undertaken into the complaint, Councillor Perry produced as part of his response a benchmarking exercise which the Ombudsman considered constituted evidence of a failure to show respect for Mrs. Griffin. So the benchmarking exercise is page 301. And I mean, there's an extent to which, first, it has to be said that this is a pretty crude exercise, and second, that it's somewhat self-serving, because what it does is, in the left-hand column, to identify virtues and to indicate that Councillor Perry has them, and in the right-hand column to suggest that Mrs. Griffin does not have those virtues. Some of them are quite serious. So it is suggested so this is the fourth down, that Councillor Perry has the virtue of being inclusive and transparent when communicating and seeking or sharing advice with members. And it's suggested that Mrs. Griffin is not inclusive and transparent when communicating and seeking or sharing advice with members. It is said that Councillor Perry is conscientious about being factually accurate and considerate of the well-being of others, and it's suggested that Mrs. Griffin is not conscientious about being factually accurate and considerate of the well-being of others. And with respect, there doesn't appear to be any proper basis for those assertions, and they are patently negative assertions about Mrs. Griffin and the way in which she conducts herself, and particularly conducts herself professionally. So it is said on behalf of the Ombudsman that the benchmarking exercise is indicative of a failure to show respect and consideration for Mrs. Griffin. The third aspect of the conduct, which is said to be potentially showing a failure of respect and consideration and or to constitute harassment, is the suggestion that in some respects Councillor Perry sought to restrict Mrs. Griffin in the way that she undertook her role. And I think the committee has the evidence about that and will draw its own conclusions as to whether or not that was disrespectful and or constituted harassment. It appears particularly in relation to in her involvement in the preparation of submissions in relation to planning matters, in relation to correspondence going out on behalf of the council, not in the clerk's name, but rather in the chair's name, and possibly extends to involvement in the preparation of minutes. You will know that there's a spat about the minutes of the 6th of July and whether a presentation should appear as forming formally part of the meeting, or whether it was in some way not part of the formal meeting but rather outside it. Finally, the other conduct relied upon as potentially showing both a failure of consideration and potentially harassment is the email of the 5th of July. And sir, you will have already seen this, but it's at page 88. And it is not easily explicable as an email sent to Ms. Griffin. And you heard her evidence this morning bluntly that she thought it was a shot across her bows, effectively, that it was, putting her on notice not to cross him. It's an email that is capable of that interpretation, in my respectful submission, and obviously the committee will draw its own conclusion as to what interpretation to put on it and the context in which it was sent. it's worth briefly looking at what Councillor Perry had to say about this in interview. So in March, at page 322, sorry. Yeah, so it starts, you'll see the first reference is at page 321, about halfway down the page, where questioning moves on to deal with the email of the 5th of July. And for the rest of page 321, the content of the email is discussed. And then the question is put, this is towards the top of page 322, EF, ... do you consider that the email was a warning or bullying in nature? No, absolutely not. I mean, I'm just transparent. Everybody will know I am probably too transparent. And then the rest of the paragraph doesn't deal with the email at all. It deals with other stuff. And indeed, the next typed paragraph, the one starting ER, I did clarify it with the monitoring officer and so on. And then towards the bottom of the page, Councillor Perry is brought back to the email. So, okay, the specific allegation here is about the email you sent to Mrs. Griffin, and I, well, it's not at all correctly, appreciate that that's the context. Why did you send that email to Miss Griffin? I think it was following on from the fact that she'd resigned from other councils. She had problems with other councils, and it was just a friendly conversation, and she had a problem with other councils and had resigned. But there was no problem in our council at that time, not that I was aware of anyhow. So there was no threat, there was no warning, and just shows I've been transparent and trusting. My trust was misplaced. Yeah, and so that then continues, and then you get the enormous long answer from Councillor Perry again. This is on page 323, which bluntly doesn't really deal with this email or why it was sent at all. It deals with something else. What I'm going to submit to you is that his answers on that issue were at the very least evasive. And in fact, unsatisfactory. So the idea that the email was sent as part of a friendly conversation doesn't make a lot of sense. Matter for you, obviously, to reflect on that. Moving on to the other allegation of breach, which the report considered there was evidence for, that deals with Councillor Perry's interactions with former Councillor Sims, Mrs. Palmer. And there is certainly some evidence that Councillor Perry took grave umbrage about the way in which Mrs. Palmer dealt with him. And we can see that in the second interview. So that's the interview of August 2023, and at page 378. Or the transcript, relevant part of the transcript is 378. So towards the top of page 378, you have a long answer by Councillor Perry starting, so I'll just go through it because I did find Mrs. Sims particularly difficult. And obviously at the meeting she'd been difficult, and this was the carry-on. So you're missing the context where someone is being deliberately difficult, right? So let's just talk about Mrs. Sims briefly. I'm not going to read the rest of it unless you particularly want me to, but I would ask you to read it. And then, so page 379, and I hope, I mean, there's an extent to which obviously I'm quoting selectively here, but if it's unfair, no doubt it'll be pointed out. But you'll see towards the bottom of page 379, there's an answer, and yet, And yet when I do something, when I try and sort something out, I get all this bloody crap coming at me. I'm sorry to use that language, but look at it. It's unacceptable. I've done my best, but there's nothing to say that the chair should go out and try and find this stuff. All right, I've gone beyond the duty of a chair. And then over the page, the whole of 380 and about 2/3 of the way down 381, this is about as animated as Councillor Perry becomes throughout the whole interview process. And I'm going to suggest to you that if you read that, you will conclude that clearly Councillor Sims did get under his skin. That is the context then for the email correspondence that you saw this morning. Obviously, this interview happens a long time after that email correspondence, but it indicates, in my respectful submission, that there is a rub, as it were. All she's doing in the email correspondence is asking for a reconciliation of the bank statements as against expenditure of the council. So what she wants is the straightforward exercise of, there's the bank statement for May, this is what we apparently spent in May, each item is accounted for. It's a very straightforward exercise. And furthermore, it is clear that that was not happening and that it should have been happening. And we know that because various audit documentation contained within the bundle tells us that. And I'm going to quickly take you to some of that. So at page 186, this is the Auditor General's, Auditor General for Wales' certificate relating to St Nicholas and Bonveston Community Council for the year ended 31st of March 21. So that's for the year before the events that we're discussing here occurred. And you will see there's an audit opinion of qualified, and then, so that's in the first section of the box, the big box, audit opinion qualified, basis of qualification, accounting statement. I'm unable to conclude whether or not the accounting statement has been properly prepared and whether or not it properly presents the council's receipts and payments for the year. The council did not maintain proper accounting records during the year. Annual governance statement, the council did not meet its statutory obligations as follows. The council did not operate an adequate and effective system of internal control as required by the Accounts and Audit Wales Regulations 2014. The council did not calculate its budget requirement in accordance with the Local Government Finance Act 1992. Let's leave that there and move to the next page, which is 187. And this is the Auditor General for Wales' certificate for the following year. So this is for the relevant year, the year in which...
Sorry, can I? Of course. Can I trouble you? He gives a qualification. Where is the qualification?
Well, as I understand it, this is a pretty crude exercise. So the Auditor General either passes effectively, qualified, or fails. So there are only three.
But he says, in my opinion, no matters have come to my attention giving cause for concern that in any material respect the information reports in this annual report have not been prepared in accordance with proper practice. Relevant legislation have not been met. So he or she says all that.
Yes,
and
he
then
does.
Says, so where's the why?
Well, the qualification.
Say, well, they're not. They are qualifying that comment, is it?
Well, the qualification is there. So you have audit opinion qualified. So he's not passing. He's not failing. He's auditing on a qualification. And then the substance of the qualification is basis of qualification here.
Yes, I can see what's happened, but it seems a strange way of doing it, I have to say.
Yes, maybe. But I mean, it appears to be the way that it's done. And I mean, I should say immediately that nowhere in any of the documentation that I have seen is there any suggestion at all that Councillor Perry has benefited financially improperly in any way. All that is said is that this council was not complying with its statutory obligations in relation to maintaining its financial documentation and financial accounts. it was falling short in some respects. So it wasn't failing, but there was a need for improvement. And that is the document, as I say, for the year ending 31st of March 2021. So that's the year before the time when we're considering. The same certificate for the relevant year is on the next page, page 187, and effectively a similar qualification is given. So this is for the year ending 31st of March 22, and again, top line of the big box, audit opinion qualified. Basis of qualification, and it's pretty well the same thing. He notes that let's leave it at that. Yeah, there's then page 180. Forgive me. Now this is an annual governance statement, and it starts at 180 and goes on to page 181. And the annual governance statement is effectively a tick box process, apparently, by which whether or not a council is complying with its governance obligations is decided. And so at page 181, you'll see that all of these, several of these are marked no instead of yes. So, 1, we've put in place arrangements for effective financial management during the year and the preparation and approval of the accounting statements. No. We've maintained an adequate system of internal control, including measures designed to prevent and detect fraud and corruption, and reviewed its effectiveness. No. We've taken all reasonable steps to assure ourselves that there are no matters of actual or potential non-compliance with laws, regulations and codes of practice that could have a significant financial effect on the ability of the council, board, committee to conduct its business or on its finances. No. We've provided proper opportunity for the exercise of electors' rights in accordance with the requirements of the Accounts and Audit Wales regs. No. We've carried out an assessment of the risks facing the council, board, committee, and taken appropriate steps to manage those risks, including the introduction of internal controls and or external insurance cover where required. No. And then at 8, we've taken appropriate action on all matters raised in previous reports from internal and external audit. No. Trust funds, there was no trust fund, so it didn't matter. So the council, as part of the internal audit, is unable to assure it's given assurance that these statutory obligations have been complied with. And then in an internal audit for the relevant year, so this is page 184, again, the accounting practices are simply deficient. So this is for the year ending 31st of March 2022. Appropriate books of account have been properly kept throughout the year. No. Financial regulations have been met, payments were supported by invoices and expenditure was approved and VAT was appropriately accounted for. No. The body assessed the significant risks of achieving its objectives and reviewed the adequacy of arrangements to manage these. No. The annual precept demand requirement resulted from an adequate budgetary process. Progress against the budget was regularly monitored and reserves were appropriate. No. Item 6, petty cash payments were, forgive me, that's not relevant because there was no petty cash operators by memory. Yes, so those are the factors there. 185, item 9 at the top of the page, periodic and year-end bank account reconciliations were properly carried out. No, that is precisely Councillor Sims's complaint. Accounting statements prepared during the year were prepared on the correct and accounting basis. Receipts and payments, income and expenditure agreed with the cash book were supported by an adequate and audit trail from underlying records, and where appropriate debtors and creditors were properly recorded. No. And then there was no trust fund, so that wasn't relevant. So in the relevant year, the things that Councillor Sims was complaining about were legitimate. There's an internal audit report for the subsequent year, and I mean I'll take you to it, although obviously it being for the subsequent year It's obviously less relevant. That's at 237. Say perhaps following year. And it's clear from that, that is obviously a much more substantial document, but it's clear from that that there had been improvement, but that there was a continuing problem with cash control. Now, turning to the emails themselves, they start at page 233. So what appears to trigger the run is an email from Councillor Perry to all of the councillors, I think, talking about costs associated with upkeep of a war memorial in St Nicholas and indeed in Bombleston. And that then receives the response which starts towards about halfway down page 232. And I mean, essentially what is being said in that response is, you're prioritising the wrong things. You're prioritising the costs associated with the renovation of 2 war memorials, which no doubt is serious. But you need to get your head around first putting our finances in order, given that they're not in order at the moment. And amongst the things that she specifically identifies that she wants in that regard is number 4, all bank statements and approved accounts need to be viewed by all the members of the Community Council before being submitted to internal audit, who obviously send to external audit. To date, you've not produced any of this to any of us and presented a clear financial picture of the Council. That is met by Councillor Perry's email of shortly thereafter, so it's about 2 hours later, 12:17, starting at the bottom of page 231. I began putting together I don't really understand why there are letters missing in these emails, but for some reason, the way in which it's produced has damaged some of these words. But anyway, so certainly in the first paragraph, he says that he spent an awful lot of time trying to put together financial documentation and to do that in a spreadsheet. He then talks at the top of page 232 of commencement of the budgeting process. He mentions that they're a council for 2 villages, so he's concentrating very much actually on the costs associated with improvement of the war memorials. On your final point, so this is about 8 or 9 lines up from the bottom of that email, on your final point, the work required on the CC finances is being undertaken at present. It's a long and thankless task, something along those lines. Thank you. Definitely thankless. At present, some could be unfinished. I'm being guided by our internal auditor. Our internal auditor has something and said that we require a planning committee. Probably the budgeting process is essential work that needs to be undertaken in December. Thus, there's urgency to free up something at our meeting in December. I'm expecting the consultation on the school in the coming week with another wave of work. I mean, in any event, there appears to be no response to the request for the bank statements or reconciliation at all. So that, councillor, that is responded to by Sean Clark initially, dealing with the memorials, and then by Ms. Sims again. So this is the top of page 231. This is community and public funds. And it's my understanding that we cannot use precept money for legal action, judicial review, and would want to know what financial regulations we are interpreting to do this. How can we have bank reconciliations at something stated in your agenda if there are no bank statements? We must have had spend in the past 18 months and should have oversight of the sums, possibly, we have paid, e.g.
Sorry, Mr. Hughes, we're not here to consider the actions of the council, are we?
No, you're here to consider whether Councillor Perry is in breach of the code.
Yes. Yeah.
And if Councillor
So
Perry
we don't-
withheld bank statements...
It's the way he has treated the councillors.
Yes.
Yes.
Not necessarily. The finding of the Ombudsman in this context was that by withholding bank statements and resisting a bank reconciliation, he may have brought himself, his office, or his authority into disrepute, because what he was doing was...
But didn't the Ombudsman come to the view that that wasn't established?
No, the Ombudsman came to the view that that was established. That's in the report, sir. I can take you to the paragraphs if Lord, sorry, if so you'd like.
No, that's my fault. Okay.
So this is the 61A finding, and the 61A finding, as I read the report, is based on this email exchange, principally. And what is said is that by resisting the disclosure of bank statements, and therefore an ability to carry out a bank statement reconciliation, that potentially constitutes bringing the office or authority into disrepute, or conduct capable of reasonably being interpreted as bringing it into disrepute. That's the way the report is expressed. Obviously, it'll be a matter for you to decide whether you agree. And I'm sorry to have to take you through these in some detail. I am approaching the end, I promise. So, again, clear request is made for the bank statements, and it is pointed out that without them, no reconciliation can happen. Then, Councillor Moss, this is towards the base of page 230. There seems to be another email from Ms. Sims. This is at 5 p.m. on the 17th of November. And again, you will see mention of bank statements. So there's mention of bank statements in the second paragraph and in the fourth paragraph. Councillor Moss chips in at 20:45 on the 17th. I agree with Maddie. And I accept that these emails are not easy to read because of the peculiar redactions, but he too appears to want the sort of reconciliation that is being discussed. Then there is a long email from Councillor Perry on Wednesday the 17th at 10:46. So this starts about halfway down 228. I'll clarify and confirm we employ an internal auditor, we employ DCK accounting solutions who have had full access to bank statements and receipts. We employ these people because we're not expected to have the level of knowledge or skill of these specialists. And then he discusses some aspects of the internal audit and notes in the fourth bullet point, no bank reconciliation has occurred. This is a fail. The very reasonable explanation of having no bank statements will explain this. There are several months in which no payments were made because of banking issues. So what is said is that there were no bank statements, which on the face of it, you would think would be a reasonable explanation for refusing to hand them over. Then Maddie Sims responds again on the 17th of November at this time at 11 o'clock, 23:03. This is 228. If DCK have bank statements, why can't they not produce tomorrow for transparency? Well, why can't they not be produced tomorrow for transparency? So if you've been able to give them to DCK, why can't we see them? Is essentially what she's saying. And this continues then up page 227. More discussion of the bank statements from Ms Sims at the top of page 227 in her email of 9:38 in the morning on November the 18th. And then Councillor Perry's email of 11 o'clock in the morning on November the 18th, showing some exasperation. So in the 6 years that I've been a member of this council, bank statements have never been distributed to members. And then penultimate paragraph, and may I repeat that there has been no bank reconciliation because we have not had access to our bank account, no access to bank statements. It's impossible to do bank reconciliation without bank statements. Why can you not understand this? So his stance is still, we haven't got these bank statements, I can't give them to you because they don't exist in a sense. I needn't take you through the rest of it, but you get the flavour. The email chain ends on page 221. Fair to say that the tone of exasperation on both sides continues. Now, that assertion that the bank statements didn't exist was maintained by Councillor Perry in interview. Forgive me, let me find that. Yeah, so that's 377. And towards the bottom of the page, there's a lengthy question asked. You said to former Councillor Maddie Sims, if I just read it out, you said, in the 6 years that I've been a member of this council, bank statements had never been distributed to members. This is the repeat email that we've just looked at. And in response, that was for the RFO, and at the time DCK Accountancy were in charge. I mean, I don't think there actually were bank statements. Now, the problem with that is that that's entirely inconsistent with two emails that we have in the bundle. So at 469, this is for the preceding year, but on the 26th of February 2021, at 22:41 in the evening, Councillor Perry sends to DCK bank statements. And if you look in the list of attachments, you'll see that it's bank statements effectively for the whole of the year whole of the year 2020. So it's statements for January 2020 through to January 2021. There are 13 attachments because it's the full year plus one. And then at page, that's the preceding year. So he has all the bank statements for the preceding year and had sent them to DCK in February of 2021. 6 months before the exchange with Maddie Sims. 6 months more than that, 7 months. At page 467, you get similar email exchange, but this time in August of 2021. So this is an email from Ian Perry to admin at DCK, the accountants. Councillor Ian Perry has shared OneDrive files with you. Forgive me, sir, it's bottom of page 467. Email of the 4th of August, Ian Perry to admin at. Councillor Ian Perry has shared OneDrive files with you. To view them, click the links below, and there are 7 PDFs. And this is the text. Hi again, the postman delivered the bank statements as I was writing my earlier email. Scans are uploaded and linked to this email. And the statements that were being requested were statements for the, so you'll see, in fact, it's a response to an email from the admin address of the 4th of August. Just to let you know, I postponed my holiday to France, too many hoops to jump through to get back to the UK, that's COVID. So as soon as you have the bank statements, I should be able to finalise the accounts without delay. And then he gives her the bank statements. And she responds at the top of 467, hello Ian, nearly all done. One refund received that I couldn't reallocate. AGAR, that's the governance compliance requirement. Also everything else now attached. I hope that what we've done suits your purpose, not in the office much this week. So, as at November 21, when he is refusing to hand over the bank statements, he does have them. He had given them to DCK in August for that year, and he had given them to DCK for the preceding year in February. And what is said in the report, and this is the Ombudsman's conclusion, is that a failure to be transparent in those circumstances, what appears to have been bridling in the face of scrutiny from other members of his own council, is capable of bringing his office or authority into disrepute because it fundamentally challenges two of the underlying principles behind the code, that is transparency and openness. Sir, that is all I would wish to say, I think, in submission, unless there's anything I can particularly assist with.
No, it's fine as far as I'm concerned. Council members? No, thank you very much. Mr. Harwood?
Thank you, sir. I'm going to start with a few points of context and then turn to the specific allegations. Councillor Perry has been chair since July 2020, having been a councillor since 2016. And when we come to look at the financial questions, in that sense, at least as chair, he's inherited a variety of financial problems. The other point we'll have to all have in mind in terms of what's going on in 2021 is that was very much during the COVID regime. If there wasn't a sort of lockdown, the ability to go out and do anything else was different. People's working practices were different and changing. But having in mind whether what is being alleged amounts to breaches of the code of conduct, one has to have in mind what the conduct is about and what it's not about. It's not about whether this community council was properly managed. It's not about whether the accounts are qualified. It's not about whether the governance arrangements are as good as they should be, or there are shortfalls in that. The code of conduct is about the conduct of individual councillors in a regime which is incredibly onerous on those councillors. It's a regime which can lead to suspension or disqualification. So councillors who are elected or community councils sometimes appointed, co-opted in accordance with the legislation, lose their role in the democratic process. It is about keeping local government on the straight and narrow, but only in the narrow sense of councillors' conduct as councillors. It's not a regime about the general governance of authorities and how they are managed. It's a regime which, as I said, is very onerous. In this situation, this present situation, we have a complaint made originally in September 2021. The Ombudsman's report comes out in February this year. It takes 2.5 years on this occasion for the Ombudsman to investigate and report. That's hanging over Councillor Perry throughout this period. It is a process which is onerous to respond to, as you'll have seen from the voluminous documentation which there is. It's a process which is legally demanding. Of course, in one sense, Councillor Perry could decide how he wants to be represented. But the Ombudsman attends here represented by Council. It is a process which is designed to ensure, quite properly, that councillor conduct is appropriate. But it is not a process designed to police in a heavy-handed fashion things that might have been done differently or said done better, or which might possibly be said to cause some problem at all at some stage. You've got in Appendix 9 of the papers the extracts from the Ombudsman's guidance, particularly dealing with questions of respect and bullying, and that contains a number of examples. Some of those examples are of situations where it's been found that there was not a breach of the code. The situation which we have here, even taking the Ombudsman's allegations at their highest, comes nowhere near the potential concerns in those cases where there was, in the guidance, no breach. What the Ombudsman's case does is to set a bar for conduct which is so low, that it becomes absolutely oppressive to members. What we have here is a situation which comes nowhere near amounting to breaches of the code. A situation where it's for the Ombudsman to demonstrate their case on, I should emphasise, the allegations which were in the report, being put forward by the Ombudsman report, not the allegations the Ombudsman's report dismisses. The allegations put forward by Mr. Hughes in opening and put forward by Mr. Hughes in his closing submissions a few minutes ago. It's not a general sort of trawl through about any other matters. What I want to do now is to turn to the issues in relation to paragraph 4 of the code, so questions of respect and bullying, and the matters involving Mrs. Griffin, sorry. Firstly, the question of the clerk's role. To the extent that there was a dispute, which never seemed to be really articulated to any great degree when Miss Griffin was the clerk, that's a dispute about management and responsibilities. There is the council is the councillors. Councillors are quite entitled to write correspondence on behalf of the council to implement decisions. You'll see in the minutes councillors being mandated to take particular actions of talking to people and so on. So, for example, at page 127 of the bundle, which is part of the minutes of the 10th of May 2021 meeting, we have under item 16C, issue about styles, and two councillors Brown and Cockerell going to work up a list and map. 17A, Councillor Perry on employment of new clerks, speak to One Voice Wales. Over the page, 17B, defibrillator maintenance. Councillor Cockerell to talk to the church about the possibility of moving the defibrillator onto church premises. This is, as it often is, a very small community council with a very small income, and individual councillors are doing things on behalf of the authority. So Councillor Perry is quite entitled to write letters to set out the position of the council on planning matters in consultations. If for some reason that's not reflective of the council position, then the councillors can get it corrected. Similarly, if the clerk writes a letter which doesn't correctly reflect the council position, then the council can get it corrected. Mr. Hughes referred in his submissions a few moments ago to there being a spat about minutes. Spat's probably putting it a bit high in these circumstances, but the code of conduct is not there to police spats. There's no basis for concluding that anything which Councillor Perry did was without authority. I think in what the legal terms would be called re-examination, Ms Griffin alleged that some letters had been written without authority but didn't identify them. That's the new point. Those letters are not here. The lack of authority is not here. Mr Hughes didn't take that point in his closing submissions. But even if Councillor Perry was taking on responsibilities he shouldn't have done, that's a matter of, is the council properly governed? That's a matter for the councillors as to how they want responsibility done. That's not a showing a lack of respect to any individual, to undermine the position of the person, their self-worth, or what have you. That is a dispute about the running of the council. That's what I was going to say in the clerk's role. Turn then to the 5th of July email. That's part of a discussion going on. We've seen the references as being following a conversation. It's accepted by Miss Griffin that what had been said in that email to One Voice Wales by the former clerk wasn't appropriate. It's not the job of clerks to put measures in place to control councillors. It's not the job of clerks to stop councillors from making their voice heard. What that was a point that, as far as Councillor Perry concerned, came out of a sort of follow-up to a conversation, was about things that had happened previously, that he wasn't going to, that he said there, well, he wasn't going to be silenced by what had happened on that occasion. It's not a threat, it's not directed to anybody, there's no threat to anybody. Councillor saying, well, even if he's talking about the president, the councillor saying, I'm going to make my voice heard, isn't threatening somebody, he's just doing what he's there for as a job, his role in representing the public. And it wasn't, in all these circumstances, interpreted as a threat and couldn't have been interpreted as a threat. It's not mentioned at all in Mrs. Griffin's original complaint. Now, if she thought she'd been threatened, that would have been a rather more serious matter than having a phone call in the evening, or a governance dispute about who was writing a letter. Doesn't get mentioned at all in the original complaint. And her response in evidence initially was say, well, she didn't quite know why it was being sent or what the point of that was. And of course, she's giving evidence for over 3 years after that email. The suggestion of it being a shot across the bows is not read, and not in any event takes us near part of the code, but it simply wasn't taken as that at that stage. She'd, in any event, had already said over a month earlier she was going. She intended to only be there for a few months, and that's what happened. Mr. Perry publicly praises Ms. Griffin in the meeting on the 19th of July. That's in the transcript of the new material you've got at page 36, and we've looked at that extract a bit briefly earlier. So there's nothing in the 5th of July. Then it's described as the benchmark point. Now, this, of course, is not something which was said to Mrs. Griffin. This is part of Councillor Perry responding to the allegations being made against him. And in fact, what he does, and we've looked at page 301 already, is to set out particular attributes and to take that he considers he does meet those. In fact, the entries for Mrs. Griffin are left blank. He doesn't put crosses on those. He doesn't sort of make comments on those. But the Ombudsman's position on this would be that a councillor facing an investigation couldn't be even mildly critical or critical in any fashion of those who are also involved in the matter, particularly making allegations against him. And let's just remind ourselves of what we're dealing with here, that what is being said about Councillor Perry. The redrafted objection by Mrs. Griffin, page 84, talks about Councillor Perry's total disrespect, his failure to have the best interests of the electorate and community at heart, and seems intent on pursuing his own self-interests. Now, those are serious allegations and far more critical of Councillor Perry than the benchmarking exercise, even if something could be inferred, as John Ombudsman seeks to do, in what's at 301. I mean, that is, frankly, the nature of the process. And so taking an approach to the code which seeks to, in essence, silence a councillor in how they respond to allegations being made against them, is something which not only inhibits the councillor unfairly, but destroys the investigative process. Mrs. Griffin was wholly unaware of this apparent lack of respect to her until she read the papers for this hearing within the last week. Turn then to the fourth point in respect of Mrs. Griffin, which is the question of the contact times. And the Ombudsman's report proceeds on an entirely false basis, that there is, in some respect, a cut-off time for communications with clerks. I'll deal with that firstly as a matter of the particular circumstances and then turn to sort of the generality of the point. There were no particular times. Mrs. Griffin said that she never suggested that there were times that she would not take calls on community council business after a certain time, or not deal with them the weekend or part of that, or what have you. There would, of course, be times when it's not convenient to take a call, as it is for all of us at different times. Her response then would be to say, well, sorry, I was out in the garden, or I'm not convenient now, can we deal with this tomorrow, or what have you, in the same way that everybody will do when it's not convenient to deal with a phone call or deal with something that comes through. But what's necessarily implicit in her taking that approach is that there isn't a cut-off. She's just saying, well, at some points when it comes through, it's not totally convenient, we'll deal with it in the future. She's accepting communications at those different times. So the entire premise of the Ombudsman's report, that there are sort of normal working hours and Mrs. Griffin shouldn't be contacted outside that, is completely wrong. There's simply no factual basis behind it. What we do know in terms of communications was that, and how this particular council worked, was that it had evening meetings, as all community councils do. Mrs. Griffin managing several councils with evening meetings. She's engaging extensively in communications with Councillor Perry in the evenings and at weekends. There are phone calls, some of which come from communications she initiated or phone calls she makes. There are a lot of emails being sent out. There are texts and WhatsApp discussions going on. And those are the sort of things which, at the very least, anyone would look at the message having come in, even if they chose not to action it. And she's communicating in the evenings. And in terms of those calls, she said her words were she was not bothered about having those. And she goes on to suggest, well, perhaps it could be awkward for somebody else in that situation. But here we have from the Ombudsman an allegation of a breach of the Code of Conduct by a councillor hauled through this process for making calls which were received or sometimes initiated by the clerk when there was no times in which they were not allowed. No situation where the clerk said, well, look, I'm not, please, I don't go and take calls in the evening, or not calls at the weekend, or what have you. And there's a failure in the Ombudsman's case to recognise the realities of local governments in this context. Mr. Hughes sought to draw a distinction between people who were employed and people who were self-employed as to when they take calls and so on. And I think that's a reference to barristers tending to be available to calls and emails at pretty much 24/7, which is certainly sometimes how it feels like. But local government can be a little bit like that. The community councillors are volunteers. They will very often have day jobs to be dealing with. They're fitting it around other responsibilities. The councils meet in the evening. It's a lifestyle which involves engagement with the public, and that can sometimes be communications with the clerk as well as communications with councillors, and the public will tend to communicate at times that's convenient to them, which often, given they're often going to be at work, will be at odd times of the day. And the period we're talking about is during the COVID period, where most people were finding that their days were running rather differently in lockdowns or when restrictions were taking place elsewhere. And lots of people were working at odd hours. compared to what they may have done previously. But here it doesn't show a lack of respect to somebody to phone them up at a time they're doing some work or engaging in communications, and where there's no arrangement in place that communication shouldn't take place at a certain time. And again, we looked at that this morning. Her original complaint doesn't raise this as a problem. Her original complaint says, well, says she could understand as a former clerk was getting a lot of communications out of time, but she's not saying that she herself has a problem. And at heart, her evidence was that she herself didn't have a problem with that. Those are the paragraph 4 respect and bullying allegations. Can I turn then to the final allegation? Sorry. So no, I just so sure. Turn then to the final allegation of financial documents. And there's two misapprehensions in the way in which the Ombudsman's position is put. The first of those is what this is all about. It's not about the financial governance of the council and whether that is done well and effectively. What we do know from all this is Councillor Perry becomes chair in July 2020 and inherits as chair a situation which is clearly something of a mess. It's not, council's finances have not been well administered in the past and is having problems trying to sort that out. Ultimately, what happens is there are qualified accounts, but not fails on that, and matters which are being improved, but none of that is a code of conduct matter. The second misapprehension in the Ombudsman's case is about disclosure of bank statements and materials. And what is not appreciated at all in the report is that what is being complained about is what happens over a period of 30 hours. We're not looking at correspondence going on for months about production of documents. We're looking at correspondence going over a period of a little over a day, with Councillor Sims saying these should be produced now. Her email, first email sent just after 11 o'clock on the Wednesday evening, said that they should be produced to councillors the following day. Now, I'm not going to take you back through that correspondence because you've seen most of it, and we have all had the challenge of putting the missing letters into the material that the Ombudsman has produced here from the printouts. But what's very apparent from all this is that Councillor Perry is at this time trying to sort out the finances. He explained at page 231, the first on the Wednesday at 12 o'clock, as Mr. Hughes read out. I began putting together a file for our audit at 5 p.m. yesterday, and by 3 p.m. this morning, he'd waded through most of the work. He's then explaining why there are problems. Material has been sent to the auditors and those keeping the accounts, and that there have been difficulties in getting hold of material. Now, at the same time he's trying to deal with all this and prepare for the meeting, we have the email exchanges going on, Councillor Sims asking for a variety of documents and raising a variety of criticisms, and one or two other councillors also sending emails within that discussion. These are lengthy emails, including quite lengthy emails back from Councillor Perry, responding to that as well as preparing for it. It is not at all remotely surprising that things are all getting a bit fraught on all sides. This is about production of material at a very short period request for a meeting, which in fact this probably didn't help. Councillor Sims decided not to attend. Actually, councillors have to weigh up what they want to do in their diary. And not criticising Councillor Sims for deciding to prioritise a birthday party over a council meeting. It's not too hard to work out which one's going to be likely to be the more enjoyable experience. But it perhaps didn't help the debate for Councillor Sims to be demanding material in advance of the meeting or for the meeting with the exchangers when she wasn't in fact going to be at the meeting itself. You can see how things are a bit out of control, but material, you've seen from the records that internal auditors are able to do their work and report. There's the Auditor General certificate. Things are being sorted out. This is not a situation where there's a withholding of material. This is a situation where a dispute arises between councillors about producing something the next day in circumstances where everyone is working hard and getting a bit het up about it. That does not bring the council or individual councillors into disrepute, which is what all this, it falls far short of it. To use Mr. Hughes's expression, a spat is the most that it can said to be, and a spat is not something which 3 years after the event we should be sitting around tables in a council chamber with lawyers arguing about. But that is what's happened. So in terms of the material we've got, none of the allegations remotely made out. I need then to turn, I think I can do it relatively briefly, but I need then to turn to what we don't know and how the process has come about. What we have had and what we knew in this case was that there was the initial complaint by Mrs. Griffin, has a very experienced committee clerk, which is a complaint to the Ombudsman, but doesn't actually identify any breaches of the code. And we then get a different version a few months later, which has got a variety of new allegations and references to the code. We know now, which we didn't know before, that the then monitoring officer, I emphasise not the current monitoring officer of Vale, but the then monitoring officer, had not only suggested going to Ombudsman, which she had, we knew she had said, but had looked at the original complaint. We know, which is not revealed at all, that the original complaint had been dismissed by the Ombudsman, although we still have not seen that correspondence. We know now that the revised complaint came about involving a meeting with the monitoring officer. Now, the Ombudsman's powers in section 69 is to investigate the complaint and other cases which come to his attention as a result of an investigation. Now, you can see a situation where looking into one the particular matter raises a possible another breach of the code, different way of looking at those sorts of issues. What it isn't is a mechanism for a complaint being made against a councillor and it then enabling the Ombudsman to do a free-ranging investigation to try and find any other complaint against the councillor. That sort of once there's a complaint goes in and is being investigated, then the Ombudsman can range around and try and find somebody else who's got something to complain about. But that seems to be what happened, because, of course, the matters raised by Ms Sims, November 2021, aren't in Mrs Griffin's complaint at all. Mrs Griffin had left the council by that stage. We know from Ms Sims that the Ombudsman, she said, contacted her about the council generally. That probably meant contacted her about Councillor Perry generally. But that becomes a free-ranging exercise to try and it has this oppression of looking to find something, and we don't know who communicated with what. The Ombudsman has, as I said this morning, declined to provide any of that material as to how this investigation spread, who had been talking to whom. And there's the second problem with the way in which the Ombudsman's investigation was carried out, is the involvement of Sinead Cook, who was the code team manager. So she was head of the team responsible for code investigations from before this complaint was first made and then until the autumn of last year.
If it helps you, Mr Harwood, we're fully aware of that. We had a meeting yesterday, we read it and we have noted it,
yeah.
The report. So I don't think it's relevant for this committee today.
Well, appreciate you've read into that, Chair. Councillor Perry, of course, is not involved in whatever was being considered by the committee yesterday. And we do need to deal with it in respect of how it relates to this investigation. But what I take, of course, sir, is that the committee is well aware of what Miss Cox's conduct was. And the point to emphasise, and the only point really saying precisely what her published conduct was that the vile abuse which she was directing on social media was against independent councillors as well as Conservatives. In respect of the present investigation, the Ombudsman wrote on the 2nd of May to give what was said to be an explanation of Miss Cook's involvement. Doesn't explain Miss Cook's involvement in the decision to investigate. Now, a decision to investigate involves a consideration of whether looks like there may be a breach and also the potential questions of seriousness and public interest in doing so. In those, the reasonable conclusion is that the position of Miss Cook would have been important in terms of influencing whether or not an investigation took place. It is acknowledged by the Ombudsman that Miss Cook was involved not only in regular oversight of Miss Fletcher's work, but also in the evaluation of the evidence. That's in the 2nd of May letter. This is a case where questions of breach are questions of firstly how you interpret what was said, and then what you say the effect is of what was said. As Mr Hughes said earlier today, it's a matter often of nuance. It's how you take it. Those are matters which are influenced by judgment, and those are influenced by opinion and by bias. The Ombudsman, in her letter of the 2nd of May, accepts that that letter is in the additional bundle, page 66. The Ombudsman accepts that the Standards Committee will want to assure itself of the independence, impartiality and integrity of the investigation. And the Ombudsman is quite right to say that's a matter for this committee. There was, as you may have picked up from the papers, an investigation by the Public Services Ombudsman for Northern Ireland into the Cook affair. But that did not look at those investigations which had taken place and which reached reports. So that investigation doesn't assist us in terms of how the reports, in particularly this case, were put together. What the Ombudsman says is you should be satisfied of the independence, impartiality and integrity of the investigation. On what is known and also what then is not explained, because we've not had the internal documents, the Ombudsman has declined to produce those, this committee cannot be satisfied of the independence, impartiality and integrity of the investigation, and so of the credibility and reliability of the report which the Ombudsman puts in front of you, and, to use my learned friend's phrase, the stance which the Ombudsman takes. The later checking doesn't necessarily help. What has slipped through all the reading was that the summary of the report starts by saying that Councillor Perry is being investigated as a Vale of Glamorgan councillor. He's not, he's being investigated as a community councillor. That's slipped through any higher reading by the Ombudsman herself. So it is a compromised investigation, but it's also an investigation which perhaps goes to some of the concerns about Ms. Cook, an investigation of a matter which falls well below even the examples given by the Ombudsman of matters which were not a breach of the code. At the most, and we are dealing with spats, and I say at the most because these are matters which, the exception of the November correspondence and possibly a little bit of debate about who writes a letter, weren't the subject of complaint or dispute within the council at the time it happened. Members, this is something which falls far below amounting to a breach of the Code of Conduct and any of the allegations which are being put forward by the Ombudsman. Chair, unless I can help any further, those are all my submissions.
I wondered if Mr. Hargreave could explain to us in that context then why Councillor Perry, in his statement to the Ombudsman, said that it wasn't appropriate for the chair to answer questions asked by a councillor. Page 38. 38 of the Ombudsman's report, 53 of the bundle. For paragraph 4. Well, in his reply to the Ombudsman, as I understand this document, Councillor Perry replied to the Ombudsman that it's not for the chair to answer questions asked by a former, at the time it would have been not former, it would have been Councillor Sims. Surely the councillor is entitled to ask any reasonable question of the chair and expect an answer.
Well, he does answer the questions in the correspondence, and this is a so in the November correspondence he's addressing that. I'm told that is meant to say it's not for the clerk to answer questions asked by former Councillor Sims, but we can see obviously it isn't said
Not actually
there.
what it says, Matago.
Well, it's not what it's not what it says. Not what it says there. But we're looking at the correspondence. He was answering.
Well,
He was answering the questions.
it's a fairly specific statement, isn't it?
Well, it depends
For Mr. Perry saying, I don't have to answer the question.
Well, it needs to be taken in the context, and let's take up. Let's take up what's actually said. Sorry. Well, this is a reference to, because we can see from paragraph 46, starting at page 48, reference to Appendix 10, which starts at page 604. And that has a
If I may,
Yeah.
I think it's a reference to
It's reference to
it's a
615.
reference to the correspondence, to the email correspondence and the exchanges between Councillor Sims and Councillor Perry as to the financial information. My point is that Councillor Perry appears to be just dismissing Councillor Sims's questions as something he doesn't have to answer. Is
Sir,
that
forgive me.
their statement of it?
Yeah, sorry, I found the reference. The
It's
reference
page
is 615. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's pick it. We go to page 615 of the bundle, and this is talking about the challenges involving Councillor Sims. And fifth paragraph, at the time of the exchange of former Councillor Sims, incredibly stressed and working frantically to sort out the council and get it through the internal audit, required to have documents we'd never had. It wasn't at the November 18 meeting. There it says not for a chair to answer the question asked by former Councillor Sims.
Which is the whole
I think
point.
what that's well, no, what he's saying, what is being said there needs to be understood in context, of course, is to ask them the questions asked by former Councillor Sims. These are, of course, financial questions. It's not saying that it's not for a chair to answer questions from a councillor. We might say full stop, which actually is the way in which it's summarised in the point you picked up at page 53. Not for the chair to answer questions asked by former Councillor Sims. It's to the way it's put. It's not for a chair to answer the questions asked by former Councillor Sims. I did seek advice from One Voice Wales, which I followed. I regret emailing former Councillor Sims that I did. We'd be better off simply requesting he should be patient and then ignoring subsequent emails. So it's about the questions of the particular questionnaire material. Now, we've got the emails in front of us. Councillor Perry is answering them. He's responding. He's partly explaining some of the problems which he's had in getting material. But what's said, he actually says in 615, is not quite the the way in which is summarised in the Ombudsman's report, which summarised it as being a, and this actually is why it may have caught the committee's attention, is summarised as a blanket not answering, when actually what is said is in the context of the particular questions. And in those questions, actually, because we've gone through the email several times so far today, Councillor Perry does actually address the questions. That's partly why the exchanges go on for as long as they do.
Yeah, well, I think the statement in 615 makes it quite clear what the context is, but the statement is still there. You've answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to pick up on some of that. I'm looking at page 615 where it says it's not for a chair to answer the questions. I did seek advice from One Voice Wales. Now, the advice from One Voice Wales was that councillors don't have to have access to bank statements and so forth. But you're saying that Councillor Perry came into office as chair in, May 2020? And then we're now in November 2021. And he has not sought help from anybody else on the council to address these appalling problems he's claiming were taking place. There's no cooperation between him and other members. We're now well over a year down the line and he's staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning to collate financial documentation, which seems a bizarre way to go about it. And you say that he answers the emails. At no point does he say, yes, I will make this information available to you. He never says that. He never answers that. The perfectly reasonable request for financial information. I mean, I've been a town councillor for 25 years and I've been chair of committees and financial committees. And if people ask to see the documentation, you show it to them. They are there to represent people and to show that money is being properly used and that we are properly accounting for it. And that isn't happening. And there's no willingness shown so that people can see that that is happening. I mean, you can say to the community, there's been muddles, we're sorting it out. That isn't happening here. And I think what's interesting is on a couple of occasions, we're now told there were verbal exchanges which are not recorded. So basically, what you're saying is that the emails do not cover or tell the whole story. And so there's now information out there from Councillor Sims, Councillor Moss, Councillor Perry, that we have no access to and there's no proof of, which will presumably show something completely different, which is very disappointing, isn't it? I would have expected you, all of you, to have found that information and brought it to us so we'd have a complete story, and we haven't. So again, I don't understand why this information was never provided to members of the council, which they are perfectly entitled to.
Can I take those points, but also just to emphasise at this point, what this committee is concerned about are the complaints which were made and the allegations which were made by the Ombudsman and the matters which the Ombudsman is bringing to the committee's attention. It's not an exercise in finding other breaches, although context may be important. Councillor Perry becomes chair in 2020. There is you've seen from the minutes, a high level of cooperation within the authority. He's re-elected as chair by the members of the council in 2021. We've looked at bits of the minutes where different councillors are taking different responsibilities for doing things. we've seen, because Mr. Hughes took us through those, the various sort of audits and so which are showing things not having been done properly, but a degree of improvement in achieving that. What happened 3 years ago is that there was that debate about producing documents in advance of a meeting the following day. And that is what that dispute is about. It's not about whether there should ever be access to it, and it's what's being available at the time a lot of it is being worked on. It's not an allegation of a breach of the Code of Conduct that Councillor Perry is spending hours trying to assemble material to enable the internal audit to take place. That is very much to his credit that he's doing it. It's not actually alleged by the Ombudsman that the material never gets provided. What the Ombudsman's report, as I said, entirely overlooks is that we're dealing with a series of matters being raised in that correspondence and questions of producing material by the following evening at a time when even simply on council business, people are dealing with lots of other things. That's what the spat is about, not about general questions of any access at all. That is simply not being put forward, let alone established.
Are you suggesting that the situation with Councillor Sims asking for the information was the only time that information was asked for in the context of the evidence here?
Councillor Moss asks for it as well, doesn't he?
Well, I don't think that there's evidence about requests for that the bank statement material more generally. You don't have that. I'm not in a position. I'm not in a position to make submissions on material which you don't have. The allegation by the Ombudsman is in relation to that 30-hour period in November. And that's the material which has been put in front of you.
I would suggest there is other evidence in there, but I'll leave it at that for the minute. Can I take you to another point, if I may?
Certainly.
In regard to use of telephone and the timing of telephone call, there was some discussion this morning about the difference between telephones, emails, WhatsApp messages, etc., and the response people would expect to make to those. But you highlighted in your summary earlier on that there was no agreement. Is it not the responsibility of the employer to put forward that agreement? And the employer being the council, represented by the chair in this instance?
I think the two points follow. First of all, with any business or operation or council or authority or anything of that nature, there may or may not be some form of protocol about calls and contacts at different times. The tendency probably actually is that there isn't. And the communications at sort of odder hours probably has increased with COVID. Secondly, again, it is a matter of what we are concerned with are breaches of the Code of Conduct. It's not a question whether this council should have had a protocol about when calls and other communications and WhatsApps and texts and emails and so on were sent, or if they're sent, how they should be responded to. That is not what today's exercise is about. What does follow as a matter of fact is that there was never any protocol. There was never any objection to the generality of there being communications in the evenings or at weekends, including phone calls and WhatsApps and text messages. That was happening in both directions. If it was inconvenient, at a particular time somebody would say so, and then deal with it the next day or when it was convenient. That is all a very long way from any question of a breach of the Code of Conduct.
Right, subject to any other comments?
Take you, please, Mr. Howard, to a point you raised at the end of your submissions concerning the Ombudsman and her conduct of this complaint. If there are issues concerning the way in which the Ombudsman has conducted her inquiry, aren't those matters properly for a judicial review rather than for this committee?
No, they're matters for this committee. What there is a statutory process where this committee considers reports made by the Ombudsman and decides on what findings to make and any sanctions that then follow. There's then the appeal mechanism to the adjudication panel and then a route through to the High Court. If a process is conducted unlawfully at some stage, then the normal remedy to resolve that is to resolve it in the course of the process. Now, that reflects two principles which are, I suggest, very well established. The first of those is that a citizen is entitled to challenge the lawfulness of a public authority's action in defence of their own interests. And they're able to do that unless the statute indicates that that route is not available to them. And that is established by authority at the highest level. So a House of Lords case called Boddington, which is about whether somebody prosecuted for breach of railway bylaws which banned smoking on trains could challenge the lawfulness of the bylaw, and it's been referred most recently by the Supreme Court in a case called Dill about challenging whether an appeal against respect of works to a listed building, challenging whether or not it was a listed building. But that principle that something going wrong with the process can be challenged in the course of that process is well established. The second point, again, an established principle, is that judicial review is a remedy of the last resort. The expectation of the High Court is that issues should be sought to be resolved within the proceedings for two reasons. One is that the process is able to resolve those taking into account lawfulness. And also, of course, it will very often be the case that the issue, the alleged illegality, ends up not mattering because the person affected by it wins the proceedings, or the problem gets resolved in the course of the proceedings, in that sense goes away. So to have a situation where if the Ombudsman's investigation is legally flawed through that process, through either the investigation is expanded beyond the legal bounds of Section 69, which is one point we make, or there is at least an appearance of bias and reason for actual bias of the investigation, to have those matters having to be addressed by the High Court on judicial review would, of course, stretch out this process very considerably, because you would find you're going through the process, High Court judicial review proceedings are being resolved, and then that then has to be dealt with, and the process then resumes in some fashion or another, and the cost to all parties, which are already considerable, get considerably extended. So these are matters for this committee, and that is a point which the Ombudsman accepted in terms in her letter of the 2nd of May at page 66 of the additional bundle. I recognise that the committee will want to assure itself of the independence, impartiality and integrity of my investigation as part of the hearing process. Oops.
Thank you. I hear what you say. Can I take you to another part of her report where I think you're both in agreement, and I mention it because it helps us resolve what we have to do this afternoon.
Right,
That's on, I think it's paragraph 64 of her report.
Yes.
Which is at page 40.
Yes, page 59 of the bundle 40 of the report, isn't it?
I think it's page 40 of the report.
Paragraph 64 of the report it's page 55 of the bundle. It's page 40 of 56 of the report itself.
I have it.
Okay.
Now, I start reading a third of the way down the paragraph. It issues with the running of meetings and the management of debates are also issues for the council as a whole to address. It is not for my office to ensure the smooth running of a local community council. And it is a matter for council members to decide what issues are to be considered at meetings. Further, I consider that it is for the public to consider whether the council is serving it effectively, and there are steps to take if it does not consider that that is the case.
That's correct, yes.
And that, as I see it, is our duty this afternoon. It is not our duty to look at the way this council was conducted.
Yes, I agree, and I agree with Mr. Hughes' nodding as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's all, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Birch, did you have a? You've been done.
Okay.
Good, thank you very much. We'll now consider what you've said and let you have a decision in due course.
For those members of the public who are viewing online, we will now go into part 2, which means the live stream will cease for now, but it will resume when the committee come back to give their verdict. Thank you.
All right, do you need to say anything or to open it up or not?
No, you can open up the meeting. Yeah.
Fine. Well, thank you for coming back. We considered the matters, evidence and your submissions carefully, and we've come to the view that there is a breach with regard to the email of the 5th of July, with regard to paragraph 4C, and in the dealings with Miss Sims, under 4B and 6.1a. So we now move on to the fourth stage. And the question is whether or not we should apply a sanction, and B, what form of any sanction should take. Mr. Hughes, you want to help us?
Yes, thank you. It's certainly my practice not to become actively involved in suggesting any particular form of sanction, and so there's nothing I would wish to add in relation to sanction.
Thank you very much. Mr. Harwood?
Thank you, sir. As you know, there are three potential sanctions available. One is to take no action. Another is to censure, and the third is to suspend in whole or partially for up to 6 months. Clearly, Councillor Perry is sorry that he's been found in breach of the Code of Conduct in respect of these matters. The context, of course, all needs to be had in mind. He's worked diligently and hard to bring the council up to sort of proper operation, and you've seen the emails about him working up to 3 o'clock in the morning trying to sort out the papers to then send those over to internal audit. In respect of these particular breaches, in terms of the 5th of July email, you will know, of course, that even though you've made the finding you have done as a committee, Ms. Griffin did not feel this was a point to mention when she wrote her original complaint. And the tenor of a lot of what she was said, well, she didn't know what this was all about, and she accepted that what the email that was quoted inside that email was an inappropriate position from the clerk. This is a finding which points, it has to be said, towards inadvertence. Appreciate that I'm making submissions on the basis of the committee having made findings of breaches, but not knowing the reasons that you do to do that. So dealing with what the evidence was, but inadvertence and a matter which was not of, I say, sufficient significance for Mrs. Griffin to mention it first off. Then in terms of dealing with the financial material in Councillor Sims in that correspondence, what again we are concerned with is a very short period, 30 hours of emails going to and from, and a lot else going on besides in that situation. That points towards a very little element. This is not a situation where months and months have gone on with material not being produced. It's a completely different category. Then just to, let's see where we are generally. We're dealing here with events which are over three years old. the individual participants, other than Councillor Perry, are no longer around. Mrs. Griffin left the council. Ms. Sims left the council. It isn't a situation where one is dealing with a continuing course of conduct or a reason for imagining some repeat or risk of repeat. These are matters which, because of the nature of this process, have taken a very long time to get to this point. It is a situation which should be considered to be at the low end of those matters. It is a situation where clearly we need to take a view. It is one where it's entirely appropriate for the committee to decide that where we are now, several years down the line, no action should be taken. And it's not a situation where any sanction beyond censure is appropriate. So, thank you, sir.
Sometimes my memory is that partial suspension tends to operate where a councillor is also, for example, a member of or chairman of a committee. And so what you can do is to partially suspend them from, for example, membership or chairmanship of the committee, whilst leaving them. So I think that's what partial suspension means. It tends to be suspension from a role within their status as councillor. On a community council, I think that probably is in your power.
Yes, that would seem to be. I mean, it's not, as you'll have picked up, it's not a term that's defined, but needs to be understood within the context of the councillor's role in that particular authority, because the jurisdiction doesn't extend to knocking all the hats off a dual-hatted member, for example. So it must be a suspension of some role within that authority, which would potentially include chairing things or being, in particularly in case of principal authorities, being on particular
I suppose
committees.
if, for example, there have been allegations of fiddling the books, you might say, well, he's not to be on finance or something like that. Would that be the sort of example? Or don't worry.
Fiddling the books would probably attract a more substantial sanction than a partial suspension.
Putting it way,
But it would have to be some role being suspended rather than totality.
Okay, thank you for assuming, committee, you're all right? No other questions? No? Thank you.
Sorry, Chair.
I'm not quite sure what you mean by 44B and 61A. Could you just speak out so I know exactly what it's about?
Well, your counsel will explain that to you. Okay? Well, go on, but you've got counsel there, so that's...
Yeah, in the year 2021, bank statements were not being generated. It's minuted that the Community Council made payments, and as the Ombudsman...
Councillor Perry, we can't go into that now. You've chosen not to give evidence in front of us, but I'm not going to hear evidence now.
Okay,
thank you very much. Okay, thank you. We'll try not to keep you too long. Thank you. We've considered the matter. We are of the view that some action has to be taken here and that a censure would not be sufficient. So we have come to the view that Councillor Perry will be suspended for a period of 2 months. The monitoring officer will explain when that starts. We would also recommend, because we're not sure if it's in our powers, that Councillor Perry, you undergo a course in code of conduct before you return. Thank you. Could you explain?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So under the paragraph 13 of the procedure, where a period of suspension or partial suspension will commence on the day after the expiry of the time allowed to lodge a notice of appeal to the adjudication panel for Wales, the tribunal, which is within 21 days of receiving the notification of the Standards Committee's determination. Receipt of the notification of the conclusion of any appeal in accordance then with the regulations. And any further determination by the Standards Committee made after receiving a recommendation from an appeals tribunal under the regulations.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
For those viewing online, the meeting is now finished and the live stream will be taken down. Thank you.